it. All right, welcome. Thank you for joining us for the ill-fated as we undertake our session 38.
Are we only on 38?
That's right. You're only on 38. This group moves quick. You guys are good, yeah. All right, so we have 4 players today. Potentially a 6th player will join us next week. We'll see. And then Varys is out today, courtesy of plans that are... Honestly, my heart is a little bit broken because, I felt like we were family, I felt like we were Olive Garden here.
Exactly.
And when
We're
you come
Olive
in here,
Garden?
we're family.
You had me until you went with the Olive Garden.
Isn't that their slogan though? Their motto is like, "Would you hear your family?" Or is that just that meme with Vin Diesel going in Olive Garden?
Was their motto? It may not be anymore, given that it got memed so hard, but it was
memed so hard. Yeah. See,
Listen.
I'm living in the heyday of Olive Garden. I come from my mom's side Italian family. Yeah, we never ate at Olive Garden. I've never actually ate at Olive Garden.
I made the mistake of working at an Olive Garden. I only lasted 2 months, and let me say, if that's a family, it's the most dysfunctional family I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like us actually, right here.
It's immersion.
It was a good crash course into learning why so many people in the food service industry smoke.
Ooh.
And do drugs.
All right. Well, recap time. All right. So
Hashtag not sponsored.
Yeah, not sponsored. Olive Garden is not a sponsor of Freshness.
When you're here, you're on drugs.
When you're here, you're on. Yeah.
When you're here, you're fresh.
This
When
is
you hear you're
somehow
fresh.
getting so much worse.
We will actually be changed. Well, actually, I think we're. I don't know when. I'm trying to figure out. There's a lot of complexities, but we're gonna go away from Freshness DD probably to Freshness Gaming. I talked about that before, but it's an uphill molehill that I have to climb, changing names and stuff. But we can still say that though. Our slogan can still be "When you're here, you're fresh." All right. So session 37, Varys said, "Away with you, Alexander. I want none of that." And picked up Oliver the Bat. We then were on board the Black Rat. I don't even think we actually named the ship. I think that information was given to you, but it was technically the ship was called the Black Rat. With the Golden Hand, the Captain Morgan, as well as Nameless, and we had an event in the Cedric Bay. This event was pretty gargantuan in terms of its scale. Obviously, the map was huge. The ship was moving. We had a little bit of the fog thing rolling through, the wind and the rain, the storm clouds, and voila, Kraken! And dare I say the same Kraken from session 1? Who knows? This Kraken's name was referred to as Kala, and this creature seemed to have some method of telepathic communication to all of you at once, showcasing perhaps of just how strong in mind this character is, or intelligent the creature is. The creature had... through some of its dialogue, had alluded to that it was after those that had the power, right? Particularly of the quote-unquote devourer / old one. And then in addition, it kind of hinted that it was allied to Damodar to like stop enemies, right? So like it's hinting at all of you being enemies because you're allied to, you have the power and things. And so it was but how much did we really get to talk to the creature, because we were shooting giant cannons at it? And that was in the heat of the combat. And the creature's been around for millennia, is what it said. It's been around for a very long time. Now, we found some insights after the fight. The creature was slain. We found some insights into the cannons and how they work, noting the type of metal that the cannons are made out of, how much the magic goes into the propulsion of the cannons, and how this is really like a one-off thing. right? If you recreate this, it has to be in the same exact kind of specs and things. You might be able to miniaturize it. You all talked about putting it on the back of a wagon or something like that. But finding that metal, working through on the brews, those little potions, and then all of that, it takes a great amount of work. The end result might be worth it. It's up to all of you, I suppose. We had information from the Golden Hand or the Arcanists just talking about how they are indeed the free people. They're really free to do what they want. And the Arcanist is even more free in terms of its independency. And their training. Talked to Captain Morgan, how they found Nameless on the Isle. They talked about their lack of memories from a past life, that they had woken up half naked on a beach, this particular city's beach, and that was hundreds of years ago. They talked a little bit about the who and what the Golden Hand was, and then they offered kind of help and assistance to Maldor. Not to slay dragons, but if ever came a need that they could provide some help into you all slaying dragons, that you could call upon them for that help. So they're kind of offering their services, if you will. Another bit of information that I'll finish off with here in the recap is that this is not the first Kraken that seems to have attacked Captain Morgan on different ships. And Maldor hinted and kind of noted that maybe something is special about the Captain Morgan, and that is the reason why the Krakens are attacking. Who knows? It's all speculation. We're all just doing guesswork things because we killed Kala. We really didn't get to ask. But the cans are cool.
Imprudent.
Yeah. It was exactly. So we are the great city of Alathan. I'm going to go ahead and get us onto the district match. Just pull us away from the lower dock map there. Just to showcase this map to Tegan, since Tegan, you weren't here before, so you can kind of click onto it and get you loaded up on that. So this is the largest port city in the continent of Earthuria, which in terms of spec to like other places in the world, this is not very large. But remember when we talked about the history of this continent and how it came about and dragons conquering, this is developing world. So, you know, they're making improvements each and every day. Alathan does not have walls because it expands all the time. Right, homes and housing and different streets and things, they all begin to kind of form a little bit of like a metropolis around the city center. You have farmland that forms a kind of a natural barrier, and eventually that farmland gets turned into more housing. It's further pushed. So to get to here, which is what the map is detailing, the city center, you actually have to make way through the main road, which parallels the mighty Gorn River. Is this massive thousands and thousands of meters wide river built into a delta on the south end, particularly of the lower dock. Or you have to zigzag through many of the city streets that they're housing, right? So you have different areas here. The upper dock is the Talthar Naval Base. That entire dock is for docking Talthar warships or affiliated crew ships and things. And then the lower dock is for mercantilism. That is where you have your businesses and your companies, your docks assigned to those said companies. There is a unique system here with a jetty and a sea gate and an aqueduct as they control the flow of tidal water and things to allow it so that the river isn't just bashing into the ships. And then when the tide comes in, the tide's not bashing into the ships. They use that with a shipwright. And that shipwright is owned and operated by the city. So this is kind of one of those first times that this particular group has been introduced to the concept of actual city-ran thing. We're modern day, baby. Public and private enterprise. So that would be technically like a public works. Yeah, and then there's sewage stuff like that. You know, there's under sewage areas and things as they drain to the aqueduct to the city center. And they have running kind of water and wells and stuff that they'll use and pipe through and pumps and stuff. So this is a very developed place. I'm not going to put us back onto the lower dock map. I'm going to keep us onto this map, and then I'm going to just create some ambiance of noise for what you all are hearing in terms of this place. We'll say that someone's mic is a little hot in terms of like a clicking noise that I'm picking up. I don't know if it's yours, Tegan. It could be yours.
I'm hearing it too.
Yeah, I think it's the
I see the fan.
yes, the fan.
Is it the fan? It's the fan again?
The
Every
fan's the
damn
BEG.
time, dudes. That damn fan.
It's only on the Saturday sessions. Like I had it
Get
running
your-
all last night, and you guys didn't.
Yeah, I didn't hear
Get your
that.
damn NVIDIA broadcast working.
Literally had it running all last night. I don't understand
I
it.
know. I don't know. It's weird. It's just the morning hiccups.
Maybe it's quieter in my room in the mornings. I have no idea.
I don't know either. Just letting you know that that was what I was hearing. So,
Appreciate that.
you're welcome. I'm always one to I hear an annoying sound.
Call out the players. I get it.
Call
I
out the
understand.
players. It's not me, okay? It's never me. So you all have disembarked the Black Rat. You've left the ship at this point. Captain Morgan has said they're not lack of goodbyes, right? A lot of these Golden Hand individuals are changing their clothes into commoners' items. They've also changed the sails, so the sails are different in terms of, right, we kind of described that last session, but they changed the sails to a trader ship, to a merchant vessel, that white backdrop with red. And they're kind of changing their own clothes and stuff. And then as you are leaving upon the walkway, you notice that many of these individuals that are helping the ship are Cedric Bay Company. They have their particular symbol of 3 sails. They're kind of stacked on top with a little bit of like a water kind of flowing over the loop of their golden signets. And they have a variety of different leathers and braces and hides, as well as some nice cloaks. And they're helping in terms of getting the ship docked, as well as the city folk. The city folk, again, talk about the shipwright. Shipwright is not just, the shipwright is not just somebody that the river dock shipwright in terms of controlling the waterway and then repairing boats and stuff, but they also will dock ships on the wharf. They operate the towers of the crane towers that can remove supplies and things. And I draw a parallel to like Deadliest Catch, right? When they come in and unload their crabs, right? And so it's kind of like the city's thing that you have to like pay like a tax to it. And that might be how they tax ships, because they use the services of the shipwright for docking as well as transporting goods. So, but it seems a little strange that there's so many Cedric Bay individuals here. Because Cedric Bay is a company, and that has it's the largest company in Italy. So that does catch your eye as a little bit strange. People are playing cards on tables. There's a few storage warehouses here, barrels. And you can stay around and see what the Golden Hand is doing with some of their goods that they still have on board, or where they're picking up goods. But you're really just kind of left there now, getting onto the dock and up to the large sandstone kind of wharf that's there, and the walkway, that boardwalk. And then you have the lower dock kind of blossoming itself towards you. And then the backdrop of that is that large sandstone Colosseum structure that kind of exists towering over in terms of a lot of things here on this different, I would say, a little bit lower elevation than the rest of the city. And scene.
Has Tegan come above deck yet, or is it just everyone else on the deck right now?
I would say Tegan can be where I'm just kind of moving things along a little bit to say that people are disembarking the ship. If you have a reason to stay on the ship, you can say so, but I'm just going to assume that you're making way from the below deck to top, and then...
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if we're docked, you'd come up, but I feel like he hasn't really talked to anybody.
Oh, no,
And
at
he
the
just
end of
kinda
last session, I was like, somebody needs to go carry him. throw them over their shoulder, pull them off the boat. And that's when Michael
I don't
said
want to go.
maybe you wanted to do some like retcon stuff of what you were doing.
No, I think Deacon would just come up to deck and just glumly walk over to the party. It just
Completely
goes.
slept through the Kraken fight.
He just goes. Oh, good morning. What are we doing? Where are we going? Are we here? We're here. Okay.
I think Varus wanted to go murder some people.
More money for
Interesting.
arrows.
Yes. Bolts.
Bolts, yes.
What happened to the deck?
You know, here there was a Kraken.
Shut the fuck up. And Tegan starts walking away.
I love it. That's great.
It's probably better for him this way.
So the captain mentioned something about a house, fortune and favor to sign up.
Yes, I believe there's gambling and murder to be had.
What is gambling?
So you take money. Honestly, I'm not sure Maldo knows what gambling is either. He did hang out with a bunch of Marines.
You're like, I don't know if I know what that would be.
So nobody knows what gambling is, and we're gonna go. Okay.
I feel like Varus and Tegan will have that on lock.
True. They're probably the only ones that would know.
I mean, he's not exactly a gambling savant, but he could probably pass off pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he's worldly. You know, he knows his way around houses of ill repute. You know?
Yeah, some of us have been in society for a month, so we're still.
Has it been that long?
I think it's been longer, actually, hasn't it?
I think at this point, Maldor's been on this plane for like 6 months or something.
I think so, but based on your backstory, I think that's pretty accurate.
I mean, wherever you guys want to go, I'm down. I think first things first, before we get ourselves into any trouble, we should probably get Thanos some bolts.
Yes, don't we need to go shopping? I think there was an equipment issue.
Yes.
Because we can't do the whole arena thing without being equipped, so.
That would be a problem, yes.
So, Merchant's Quarter then?
Is there a merchant's quarter? Yeah, merchant's quarter.
Right there on the map.
I mean, to be honest with you,
Did I shoot the map? I didn't shoot the map, so I haven't read the map yet, okay?
Tegan's pretty content with what he's got from what he knows will help him. I mean, so.
Well, there was something about it's a solos competition and a group competition. So there's a lot of things and a lot of people that need to die. I need a lot of bolts.
I'm still carrying this cannon.
Do
from the
they
ship.
die?
It will work well in the ring.
In the solo competition, they die. Well, I guess both of them you die if you fail.
It's kind of
Yes.
crazy.
The fights are to the death. That's why I was surprised when Varus was like, we should go murder people.
Honestly, my moral compass has been in a downward tailspin for the better part of the year, so
Are you saying we're bad influence?
I'm saying I need an adult.
Daddy.
Well, I have no qualms with murdering people or killing things. So if we can go get me some bolts, I can make us some money. That's all I'm saying.
Let's go.
That's a good first step regardless.
Okay, so you're heading off for some bolts. So there's particularly 3 different possible areas you could pick up bolts here. Bolts are technically more of a smithing thing, so you could actually head into the direction of Master Torvin's smithy, which is a master smith that makes pieces and things for Talthar commanders or notable venturers and things that come through that way. They are outside the wall and gate of the main road that funnels into the upper dock of the Talthar Naval Base. You can also go into the bazaar to try to find some more exotic, maybe magical bolts that somebody might have within there. Bazaar is just a large open area that funnels on a sandy kind of dune pit area, the road going through, and a compound for Coulores, House Coulores. And so the bazaar is free to trade. So if you have a profession or you want to sell something, you go sit at the stall. You're not taxed for that at all. You're just got to find a spot and a space in there. So it could be a little bit chaotic, a lot of voices, a lot of noise happening, a lot of people funneling in, but you can find some pretty interesting things from across the world. The third is to really just go into the merchant's quarter, try to see if there's a general store that's there. Could be a Fletcher of some kind, and maybe even a lesser smith, just to pick up some common bolts, right? So it's really kind of 3 different areas that you can hit up in terms of what you want to accomplish. And I think it's up to what you're really trying to get at.
Magic bolts sound nice if I'm going to murder people.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I suppose we should. If we're going to make the investment, it makes more sense to get the better pew-pews.
Pew-pews. We need more pew-pews, please.
And the arena's in the bazaar as well, right? That's what the dude said, and that's what's on the map, so that probably makes the most sense for us to save the most time.
Sure.
So heading to the bazaar.
Sounds like it.
Okay. So leaving outside of the lower dock, you have to get across the aqueduct. Closest for you would just be going across the bridge to the merchant's quarter, that in-between bridge and a street there. So you're moving by. A lot of these structures in the lower dock here are actually 4 to 5 stories tall, and then company or guild houses will range from 2 to 3 stories. And they'll be slight manorish in size, but they have more open areas, and like some of them are half-walled to full-walled with sandstone. A lot of it's this kind of yellowish sandstone that they work with, and rock wall or brick, and then they are wooden lined or have straw and slate thatching on top of their roofs. So there is definitely some beating and weathering here that happens to the lower the dock, but not necessarily that on the cheap side. So there's a little bit of shelter from the wind. You have the sounds of construction and things are now kind of distant in the past, potentially of ships being repaired on the wharf and a couple different things happening in the warehouses that line the lower dock, the company warehouses that are there to facilitate the movement of goods and such, or storage of goods, I should say. And then we pass into the merchant's quarter. Merchant's quarter is going to be more of like 2-story buildings with a third if they have like upper areas to live and dine in. And those would be storage, shops, that sort of thing on the first 2 levels. And they have window shopping. So a lot of them have glass windows that are facing outwards into the main roads. And they have, mannequins if they're boutiques and these other things trying to draw the attention of crowds. They also have seating areas out front, some of them. Potentially if they're like kind of like a cafe or like a coffee-esque shop style, right? They might, or a bakery, they might actually have areas to actually sit outside facing the large road. The main road is impressively big. It does span a great dozens of feet here with sidewalk and in-between areas. So that has a little bit of feeling once you get onto that main road heading towards the bazaar that, this is well traveled, but you're not being like smashed together against a lot of like carts and wagons and things. There's also a sidewalk too, so it's passing into the bazaar. We're now moving away from a lot of the horse carts and the traffic that we had, and then we're going into a market style of our sounds here. So I'll turn that on. And there's some more wind in here. So you do have the Colosseum, this towering structure, the superstructure being hundreds of feet at its height. That's blocking some of the wind. The rain has not fell yet today, but after the course of the hour of travel here from the lower dock to the bazaar, and even disembarking as well included into that time, a medium rain kind of begins to fall downwards upon here, and people are still trading. They don't care about the rain. They might pull out some tarps and these other canvases to try to shelter themselves, but these people are very used to being rained on and battered with wind. They do not care. So the entire bazaar district is surrounded by a sandstone wall. It's more like a fencing. There's not like areas to stand up or anything. It's not like guard towers and such, just as a barrier between the main road that goes around it to kind of contain the noise, as well as an area to be like, hey, this is where you set up your trader stalls and things. So when you come from the main road into this space, there are poster boards that are anchored into the sandstone. The semi-arch kind of comes through, this like grand entrance into it. And the poster boards have like rules and like regulations, like what you should be doing, right? Things talks about like invasive species and this other whole shindig and stuff. You don't care about that. You're not selling anything. You're there to buy. So you pass right on by that, and then as soon as you come in, you're flanked on your right-hand side by a large sandstone compound. And I state it's a compound because there seems to be 3 large buildings, one of which is larger than the rest. There's a courtyard between them, and then the backdrop, there's an open area. But you can't really see inside because you're at the same level. The walls span about 10 to 12 feet of sandstone brick. And then there's wooden platform towers that are behind the wall with these very similar dressed guard. They have tans and golden accent colors with silk cotton things, and they have leather armor on. They have bows, right? They have scimitars or rapiers in terms of their weaponry, and they have a symbol that is upon them at times of their cloaks and their shawls that come over. Now putting cloaks on, right, because of the rain. And that symbol notes as House Coolrez, that actual noble house that was mentioned, right, in terms of the Colosseum and how they, have some affiliation with that. If we have any interactions with them, I'll describe what that symbol is. But for now, just giving an understanding that that's what they are, their house guard. So now that we're in the bazaar, you have small, medium, large traders, some of which have tents pitched up as well. These large, like circus-like tent things. You contain maybe they're permanent traders. They just kind of sit here. So, and you are out and about. So, without further ado, we're looking for some crossbow bolts and maybe some magical ones at that. I need those who are looking to make some perception rolls.
Perception.
24. Okay. So, you are drawn to a trio of halflings that have arrows and bolts. They also have crossbows of different woods and metals. They have other bows of different woods and strings, of different materials, I should say. They have 2 different kind of stagecoach-like wagons, and they have a couple like ponies and mules that they help pull. They have definitely a very far away vibe, but maybe they're not so far away in terms of how they're kind of sitting, drinking amongst themselves, cheering over a little bit of a fire and a shelter over top. You begin to inspect the goods, looking at them. The crossbows, bolts, some of them appear to be a little bit nicer made. Others have little insignias into the tips of the bolts. And you see a halfling, very chipper, coming up to you with auburn curly hair, with a little bit of a longer beard that kind of comes down, but it's been shortened and groomed, having some red-green accents of clothes. Did you find what you're looking for?
It looks like I may have. I am quite gifted with a hand crossbow. I was wondering if you had any magical bolts that may not be out on the front display here.
Well, I put all my magical bolts out on the front display. What are you looking to go after? You hunting something? Something big, huh?
I think we're going to sign
Maybe
up
you're
for-
looking to kill somebody. Hmm? You a murderer?
Aren't we all?
You're the one selling bolts in the bazaar?
I'm
or-
just messing around with you. Come on, lad.
You got a thing with interrupting people, don't you?
Mhm. Just show me what you have and what your price is.
All right, well, here we have a range of boats. Bolts to bolts plus 1 to bolts plus 2. They have quantities of 40 to 60 of those two types. They have common bolts. They have bolts of walloping, which is a common bolt. DC 10 strength saving throw, be knocked prone. They have 20 of those bolts. And then in terms of magical crossbows and things, the traders kind of hinting at that they have hand crossbow, as well as light crossbow of warning. So if we're familiar with that weapon. In addition, they also have vicious crossbows.
Oh. How much for the +1 crossbow bolts?
I don't know. What are you doing with them, man?
Sounds like putting on a show in the Coliseum.
Oh, you gonna fight in the Colosseum, huh?
It's what my friend back there that isn't saying anything wants to do because he's zombified. But
Oh, yeah. Crossbow bolts. Getting some enchantments on, get a little bit extra. How many you want?
you said you had 60 of them, give or take.
I do. I've got 60 of them.
If the price is right, probably the whole lot. That'll last me like 2 fights.
How many damn bolts do you fire?
It's a lot.
Roughly 35 a minute.
When you say it like that, it sounds entirely impractical.
Seems like you're missing your shot quite a lot.
No, the foe that I tend to hunt is rather large.
What do you hunt?
I'm just gonna point to Tegan in his bright blue dragon armor. Those things.
Hands on hips, posing, looking off into the distance.
He's a
Hey,
clever
would you look at that? Got yourself some, what is that? The blue lizard armor?
Very
Dragon.
large blue lizard.
Very large blue lizard. It'd be a dragon, eh?
What's that?
A dragon?
Huh?
You don't know what a dragon is, lad? Wearing the armor.
When hell we killed a kraken yesterday.
That is true.
Oh, you filthy liars. Slayed
I
a
have never
kraken.
told a lie in my life.
You've never told a lie in your life?
And I don't know what a dragon is.
No.
He's
But I'll
just
tell
some
you
rich
one thing
noble.
that is true.
Well, for these votes here, your slight enchantment on them to make you strike true, 60 of them. Give them to you for 2,000 gold. Nice price, that.
What does that come out to? A little over 30?
A little over 30 per bolt.
Is that fine with everyone else? I don't know if
better
that's a good deal or not.
It's the best deal you're gonna get, I'll tell you that.
Unless you want to just kill him and take them, but that seems complicated.
You know what? You're gonna try to kill. I want no trouble, sirs.
I,
Joke.
I
Right.
don't kill halflings, I just traumatize them.
Just want to let you know, the outsiders here seems like it is. Get that blue lizard armor. Alright, it's under protection, House Cool Res. You don't be fixing to cause trouble here right now.
We wouldn't dream of it.
Oh, you wouldn't, would you?
Not at all.
Price 2,500 now.
What?
I suppose we'll take them.
Got the
But at the
calling call on
original
it.
2,000.
No, 2,500. It's my price.
I have a feeling that's not the best deal in town now.
You think you can find bolts elsewhere, huh?
I think I
Probably.
could find magical materials to enchant my own crossbow bolts. I was just trying to save time.
Well, time is money, friend. Time is gold.
When's the next tournament?
Right. So 5 or 6 days. Till the beginning of the week now. Happens every 2 weeks. Weekend was off here. Things will get ramped up soon. I'm sure I'll get all sorts of gladiator folk coming through looking for these fine fancy boats that you're looking for. And I won't have them come that time.
Is this like more of a traveling, in and out of town sort of thing with groups, or is there like a reigning champion?
House Coolrez controls the reigning champions, and most of the gladiators come from that house, so the house will sponsor their own. They do quite well in the tournaments, the fights. There are some newcomers that do come in. They can do good work, but it's a right bloodshed that single competition is. A lot of people die for a chance
to
of that nice prize of 20,000 gold.
But you said many of them were under the control of houses. Does everyone in the competition fight of their own volition?
Right, they do, yeah. They get sponsored, see? So they go held up, and that fancy begins to point towards the compound, right in the largest building. They're given room, board, food, partners, and the right training with some of the finest soldiers that have crossed this land, and even those across the world.
Didn't you say it was a solo competition? Why do they get partners?
I think he meant romantic partners.
I think if I go to describe that one to you, you might be in company for the salted brine. Try yourself out a little bit, see what you feel like.
The salty brine.
Alright, yeah. They have a half ship in the cheap side if you're looking for some lessers to you, but they also run escort service. Need something sent to your room, wherever you're staying.
It hasn't come up before, but now that I think about it, Thanos might need that explained to him.
Yeah, you think you just picked up on that, huh? You guys are
Gotta
gonna have
get
to explain
Thanos
that
laid.
one later.
So,
But if we're staying for 5 or 6 days, I don't think we need his goods. I can just go hang out at the smithy.
the single competition is versus other gladiators. What about there was a group competition?
Right. So the single competition, not just against gladiators. You got 2 rounds to kind of wheedle you out against monsters and creatures. Most people die doing those, and then they pick them out of the hat to those that are left over, and you have a good fight. Happens in the afternoon. In the mornings is the group competition. It's all about monsters and creatures. There's no fighting each other, and the parties that sign up, they're timed, and you beat that creature right quick, you're gonna win. A series of rounds, I believe 3.
Well, that seems more agreeable than we had originally thought.
Sound like some good right chips there. Fancy getting me one?
Get you a chip.
Do they have what these creatures you call dragons?
Right, well, being from the small town of Ceylon, trading and living most of my life in Chandranal along with my 2 brothers here. After that, right, got shat on by dragons. We've been traveling around, taking our skills as small hunters and good folk. Also have a little bit of magical wares we took along with us from some of the rubble. My people, we used to work with dragons, most of them. Others, they kill you. Then those stories told of the tales of our fires and at our bedsides, well, they turned into, well, dragons became more solitude. Less out there in the world. Nowadays, not so much. Last 8-9 years. Getting a dragon in the Colosseum, that ain't gonna happen. There's no flying creatures that they'll send in there. They'll simply fly out.
Because that would be a problem.
I'm assuming the monsters that are put in are on a rotation. Do you have any examples of what gladiators have fought?
They are on rotation, but that it's a good price to be made making service house coolers for trapping and hunting some said creatures and bringing them. They have a whole enterprise in the Crystal Desert for some of them, and the larger beast folk. And into the mountains they roam by the Tolvar Pass, even south through the Lavstia. So they work quite well. There's a small port in Lucia, how School Rose runs. They're able to transport the ships over boats. Or traverse across the desert, which is too large. They change. Never the same.
Never.
Not commonly. Not commonly. I will take that back. Sidestep just a little bit there. I've heard tales. Well, I've heard rumors that some creatures are willingly going in. Giant folk and such, looking for honor. Know that there's not a lot of dragons to kill.
Imagine we see a frost giant.
Let's say, I wonder if any of our friends from the north are going to wander in. That would be entertaining.
If we fight a giant, you guys should try to get their blood.
That's a good point.
Seems blood is very powerful in enchantments.
Right, sick bastards you are. I knew who I was selling to here. Well, price firm, 2,500. I ain't budging now. I thought you might be able to work me down a little bit, but no one really made a strong argument there, so now I'm fixing to be solid on that.
Yeah, I think if I have 6 days, I'm just gonna go elsewhere and find some magical materials.
Thanks for the
All
conversation. Right. And if you see any of these, air quotes, dragons, you let us know.
I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. Let you know. So what crossbow you be using out of that, huh? These bolts you firing. I see it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pull out my dark steel hand crossbow and let him see it.
Right. Nice metal work there, Dark Steel. You make this yourself?
I did.
Right. It's back to you.
It's been sabotaged.
You ever feel like you want to be a trader? Find me right out. Take you along around. Make you get to work, sell some things, make some serious coin. I ain't no gotta put your life in jeopardy.
Don't know if I know another way to live.
He's got a list. It's a whole thing.
It's his favorite game show.
There's a very big revenge must be acquired.
Revenge must be acquired.
Yes.
Is that a double negative, right? Because revenge is kind of taken, not acquired. You just don't really hand it to you.
I think the irony is lost on him.
Right. Right. Well, if you're working on your crossbow, making bolts and such, I know Master Torvan's got a smithy. It's quite nice. And I've heard they came into some similar materials as this crossbow. Perhaps some dark steel there, maybe some others.
Ooh, that could be useful.
We do hire out for apprentices and things. We had to make way for some materials ourselves. But we settled here, right here in this bazaar. We've been here for a couple weeks. So. Anyways, I got more things to do. It's back to the fire. Literally, they're two brothers drinking ale right now, so they got small wooden stools.
Seems rather busy.
Oh, I'm real busy, yep.
I'm just gonna wave at him as I walk off looking for magical enchantment materials. I'm over.
All right. See you later. Turns around, sits back down, starts drinking the ale.
I don't know why I just pretended to not know what dragons were, but
Wearing
I
giant blue dragon.
You're like
Listen.
literally like walking through the blue dragon scale armor right now, and you're just like, I
Oh,
don't know what
white
dragons
helm,
are.
I think.
Yeah, in a white dragon scale helm. Yeah.
I thought it would be funnier than it was.
I respect committing to the bit, though.
You did.
I do
You did
respect
commit.
it. I respect it.
The air quotes dragons. Yeah.
After I lost Rodrigo, I've been going through an identity crisis.
Is that
With
what
the
you
fishing
named
pole.
the fishing pole?
Yes.
So you can go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, God.
Keegan got robbed.
I accidentally rolled 8 times at school.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, let's do that.
Look at that! Look at that internet. That's an internet thing, right? Because that's like the delay. 24 is 24 11. So 11 Tegan is what we have on your first roll. So that's what we're taking. So 11 on your perception. So you're looking for a slight moment in the corner of your left eye. You can see a trader that sells crab pots and fishing poles. And then you just heard a slight tear dribbles from your eye.
I can't do it.
Too soon.
It's too soon.
He doesn't want a new puppy.
I need
So
a
you're-
dark steel fishing rod.
Yeah, dark steel fishing rod.
I'll make you one. It's fine.
You'll never lose the big kahuna. That
That's
I'll never lose my fishing rod again.
We have 6
2d4 the
days.
fishing damage.
Jesus Christ.
I will kill someone with that fucking fishing rod if I get a dark steel fishing
what did you just? What did you catch? Like a sea serpent, like jump out of the water, like oh my god, I'm blast, bringing them in. And it was at this moment that Tegan became a real fisherman.
I'll find that goddamn firefish if it's the last thing I do.
I was gonna say you're gonna be like, what if you went out there to the same spot, right? And you just like threw the dark steel pole down, and you like caught the firefish, and like the firefish jumps, and you see like in the corner of its mouth is your fish, a Bristol fishing rod.
Rodrigo!
Yeah, no, we were blaming you for the Kraken, just assuming that's what snatched your pole that you had.
Snatched the
angered it.
pole.
That's why it came and
Damn,
attacked
so you can throw the goddamn pole. The Kraken's one.
No, one of the golden hand is a certified marine biologist. He told me exactly what took my pole.
I have studied these creatures for some time. They seem to
I like
have
to try.
some pinnacles of spines on the dorsal side and another belly of soft flesh.
Rodrigo
so you
will be
just-
avenged.
Rodrigo will be avenged. Coliseum will get my vengeance. you did this to me! You like look across the way. You go, what are you talking about? I will avenge Rodrigo. What are you talking? You're just like
Just beat him over the head with a staff of warding.
Okay. So now you're just looking for enchantment materials?
Yeah.
and then to the
Okay.
smith, probably.
So,
I
mean-
figured we'd sign up for the tournament before.
Oh yeah, we are here. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there you could go to House Fortune Favor, you pass by it. It's right on the main road next to the entrance into the Bazaar District, right? That kind of poster board area, that somewhat of an intersection courtyard. You can also approach House Coolrez, because you know House Coolrez has some association, perhaps even assignment towards that, signing up. So They might even just take it by the house guard. Might just take signups right at the gate of the compound that faces the east side. So there's that opportunity if you're looking to sign up for it. So in terms of materials and costs, I'm thinking about it. We might go to a little bit of a dare I say WoW style crafting, fetching certain materials. It's very complicated. But I think for now, since we have our very leisurely, casual crafting guy that we're working with here, I'll probably just say that you're finding a certain amount of gold of materials of what you're attempting to enchant. Right? Just assume. Now, are you looking for you're talking? You said blood.
Well, the blood was more in regards to somebody wanting a giant's belt of strength.
Yeah.
If we happen to fight a giant, then we were gonna drain it.
Steal the blood, so that way.
Steal the blood.
What if like in the fight of another group, a giant comes out, they kill it? I just imagine Dorian say, "Sorry, hold on, 1 second."
With a
Don't want it to go to waste. Hold on, this is fine.
Don't mind me.
Gotcha. So here at the bazaar, there is a great number of things. Even dragon parts can be found here. Dragon's blood can be found here. It is not out of the realm that giant's blood also can be found here, particularly to help your enchantments and stuff. The bazaar has a great number of wares that are available. So I'll probably say, again, that I'll say here that you're just getting a certain amount of gold in terms of your enchantment materials. So you can kind of just keep track of that. You also can drag over the material item into your inventory. Just assign that to a value to kind of separate your gold from the materials that you're finding here. So depends on how you want to go about it, how you want to kind of keep track.
Item in my inventory.
Okay. I don't know if that compendium is accessible to you, but I actually have a particular thing for it.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to do that, and then I can just edit it. How much do we want to spend at OC? Are we tired of me running out of crossbow bolts yet? Is this like a 5,000 gold spend?
You should.
I mean, if it's for you to hit shit and you to pimp out the party, then spend what you want, dude.
I mean, 5,000 should be plenty, because then I can enchant my crossbow as well. Because it's not enchanted yet. Though I was kind of saving that for Dragon's Blood, but it seems that's going to be a while.
You just said that they have Dragon's Blood, I thought.
Giant's Blood? Oh, do they have Dragon?
They have Dragon's Blood here. There's people trader for it. We can roleplay it if you want.
I mean, we don't have to if everyone isn't involved. Yeah, I mean, I would get Dragon's Blood to get the dragon slaying, and then enough to make like 100, 150 plus one crossbow bolts.
Jesus Christ.
Like it. Do it.
I mean, that's literally like 4 minutes.
You might as well
of
get your
combat
quiver then, too. You might as well find that.
Well, I have the efficient quiver. I just never have enough crossbow bolts to put in the quiver for it to matter, because I go through them as fast as I get them.
You just need one crossbow bolt that just jumps back into the crossbow every time you shoot it. That's what
crossbow
you need.
bolt of returning. That would be fucking badass.
It's like what's his Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy, man.
We need to find this new player and bully them into playing an artificer.
I think they make a dragon wing crossbow as well. I mean, there's the bows, but I think they actually do crossbows too, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if they do dragon wing hand crossbows.
Mm-hmm.
Do they?
Yep.
Oh. Then yeah, we would look for that.
You're looking for a dragon wing hand crossbow.
Then you don't need bolts.
Yeah. If you tell me I don't need bolts anymore, that's Thanos' wet dream. You might not know what a partner is, but he does know what bolts are.
Thanos doesn't know what a wet dream is.
He doesn't know what a wet dream is.
Probably the one he doesn't know what it is.
Have you heard of birds or bees?
Doesn't exist here.
No.
There are no bees.
I know
in
what sprites
The
are.
birds and the birds and the bees and the bees and the birds who used to be bees and the bees who used to be birds.
You're gonna have to talk in bats and sprites for me to understand.
Since it's made, so it's just an enchantment, right? Like it doesn't need. Can you still have a dark steel dragon wing crossbow?
No, so a dragon wing isn't an enchantment to the item. A dragon wing is actually a specialty item in terms of what it can do. So it technically is like they take the wings of a dragon, like pieces of it, and then they actually shape it into the item itself. So like a dragon wing crossbow would be like of leathery wings of a dragon, and certain components in terms of like.
Well, I guess
Like
the
that.
extra
That
makes
d6. Yeah, I guess the extra d6 of the element is already kind of dark
It's the
steel
same
anyway.
as the
So
dark
Yeah,
steel.
it's basically
So-
the same. Yeah.
So you're taking a pre-item already, and it's like being like, oh, I'm going to take this and then I'm going to prove it to a dark steel. That's kind of a you can't go back. Does that make sense?
no, for sure.
Yeah. So you could hypothetically take like your dark steel hand crossbow, and then go through with it to make it a dragon wing, right? Which you would have to then turn that item into a rare item. I will say we could do that. We could do that if you're wanting to get the properties of a dragon wing, and also with dark steel. But you couldn't take the crossbow itself and then put dark steel.
So I'd have to look for the dragon wing material and not. Okay.
Yeah, I already said there's dragons, so
Okay.
you would have to find the materials. Now, in terms of the item, it's only a rare item, and so you're upgrading your dark steel crossbow to that rarity value, and so you'd have to find 5,000 gold worth of organic materials to do it. In addition, the DC is set as 18.
Is my
passive.
passive 18 yet?
Passive might be able to do it automatically.
Because I'm what, journeyman? Is what we said. So
Yeah, because you have the plus 10, so it's 8 plus 5 plus proficiency plus ability.
no, I'd still have to roll for it. But it wouldn't be a very hard roll to make.
No. And you get 50% back of materials if you fail to craft.
I mean, that seems worth it compared to building 5K worth of crossbow builds.
And I also,
Oh,
I also don't think that you want. So it's 15 gold per crossbow plus 1. So it'd be 15 gold to craft versus the 30ish that the trader was doing. And I also think you don't want to go back to that trader because the trader is going to have a dragon crossbow. If you're going to find one in the bazaar, you'd have to go back to that halfling.
And
Yeah.
he's giving us excellent prices, so we know that it would be
Excellent price.
Oh, actually, no, because with proficiency, it would be high enough. Because that's what 8 plus 4 plus 5 is 17 plus the 1. So yeah, I have the 18 passive.
And you can make it passively.
Yeah.
That happened. Just take
Okay,
2 hours,
so-
right? The materials.
do
And you
it.
also need a smith. You need a smithery. You actually, if you're doing smiths, you actually get to go to
Go
like
to
an
Torvald.
actual-
The smithery,
Forge,
yeah,
yeah,
that's fine.
He's going
Okay.
to charge you 10,000 gold an hour to use. It's a very premium forge.
I would just offer him my services a couple of days while we're here. That's the deal I would make.
Might need some pipes cleaned or something.
There's only one character of mine will clean pipes. Okay,
We don't
that
know
character
that.
does not judge.
We don't know Deuce. We don't know Deuce. Thanos hasn't learned yet, so you know
That is true. Thanos doesn't know what that is.
You don't know about no
Thanos-
pipe.
Thanos might be tricked a little bit.
That would be great. Yeah, I mean, if the party's cool with it to save us money later down the road, I'll find the 5,000 materials.
So in our current system, which again, this is to make it ease of use to make crafting be a bigger thing, but each and every time I play, it seems like now people like the crafting thing. So I definitely think I should probably elaborate it more to have specific materials and things that would be interesting.
I think delineating it that way makes people think more about the possibilities. Where when it's open ended, it's just too many options, right?
Yeah. So it's definitely creating this a little. So again, it's just play testing things to see how it works, and all of that. So there's 2 different materials types that are in the crafting guide. Those basically just result to 1-to-1 in terms of gold value, and so you'd be like picking up, 5,000 worth of organic materials. So I just drag the 2 items into your inventory, and you can just change the quantity of one of those to 5,000.
All right. Let's
Obviously-
subtract 5,000 from the treasury, which is going to be 8,269. Okay.
Yeah. So weight-wise too, it's also quite heavy, which again, we talk about some flaws with the crafting. What I'll probably end up changing as well is just try to get weight in terms of being realistic, right? So if you're finding like the leathery bits of wings and stuff to make a, bake that, they're not going to be like nearly as heavy in terms of a 1 to 2 ratio, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll see. See what I end up with. I got a lot of things I got to do. I feel like there's always things I'm adding to like my.
Rations are 2 pounds apiece. That seems excessive. That is not an efficiently packed ration.
No, that is not.
2 pounds of food a day.
Yeah, that's a lot of food.
I mean, I guess they didn't really
think
have
so.
freeze
That-
drying in this.
Yeah,
setting.
but if it's jerky is not very heavy because it doesn't have any water. It's been dried out to be preserved. I mean, it's
I
got.
feel like that's pretty reasonable though, because if you're an adventurer and you're traveling miles and miles a day fighting and stuff, you're gonna need to eat a lot of calories.
yeah.
Pounds of food's not that
It's,
much.
I guess, yeah, it's how calorie dense can they get food without using
MRE
magic?
level.
Yeah, because it's like that's a very heavy. Like if you were going hiking in the real world, you wouldn't take 14 pounds
would
of
not.
food with you.
No, you wouldn't.
All right. So we got the 5,000 organic. Coolers, yeah. Is that what the plan was?
Yeah, or well, either one of them. You can sign up in both places, whichever one.
I mean, Coolers is right here.
Yeah,
Then he may sponsor us. Isn't that what they said, or is that just if we win?
that feels like probably not a great deal.
I mean, Thanos doesn't
like-
know that. Y'all still haven't
having-
taught Thanos what money is and how if it's worth anything. Y'all are just like,
I know, right?
yeah, spend what you need. Okay, I'll spend it all. I don't know.
all
what
of our
money
money in and don't ever get any more, and now we're out. I do. I did want to look and see about getting some protection stuff like rings and cloaks. At this point,
Doesn't somebody have a ring of protection that I could technically use to learn how to make it?
I think we have one of each. I think
Yeah,
we have a
Malware
ring
has
and a
a-
cloak.
Has a ring. And Tegan, do you
I
have
have
a
a
cloak?
cloak.
Probably had a cloak. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we could grab the mats for that as well if we wanted.
We could find Yield Magic Item Shop at some point too, and just see what they have.
I definitely think it would be helpful moving forward.
If I could get a
Elmore might
ring
have
of
both.
protection and get a +3 to all my saving throws, it'd be a little crazy.
On top of if you're just standing next to Luke Carr and you get the +5 from him, so you have a base of +8 to everything.
Yeah,
You
but I'm
just-
not gonna unequip my dragon helm. Is the thing.
Well,
Oh,
that was
yeah,
not
I
a
don't-
thing, though.
What?
I don't have any attunement slots for ring or cloak. So it'd literally just be for you, Lucar, if you have the attunement slots.
Yeah. Do the rings and the cloaks both need attunement?
Actually, the ring might not need attunement.
Ring of
Uh,
what are you talking about? Ring of
it does.
protection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's attunement.
Most magical items will require attunement. The only ones that generally don't are those that have limited charges. Not necessarily a single use, but a limited use. So, ipso facto crossbow bolts +1 are a limited use item because they change back to a regular item after being used. In certain fashions, a lot of these items will like recharge themselves in certain values. Generally, don't require attunement. But a ring of protection is a permanent enchantment applied to you without doing anything. It's a passive kind of thing that requires attunement.
And the cloak is too.
Same thing. Follows along the same logic. That's across all items. You can just take that along with you, right, in terms of logic when you're looking for magical items and thinking about it.
Yeah, because Lord knows I'm not giving up having the ability to give myself true sight.
Yeah, I do. I do have 2 attunement slots as long as I unattune the corpse layer.
Oh, the Corpse Slayer Javelin's an attunement slot?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah.
Because when you pick it back up, it still has the corpse slayer. It
It's
doesn't
reusable,
lose that
yeah.
after being used. It's reusable.
Oh, wait, is my dragon crossbow going to be attunement?
What do you think?
Yeah, it is. God damn it.
No more true sight. We killed the bat. It's fine. You don't need
No.
true sight.
No, I'm keeping true sight. Now I just
What
need
are
to
you?
decide if I'm giving
What's
up
your
the
third
cloak.
one?
I have the cloak and the ring. The cloak of the bat that allows me to fly in darkness.
Oh, and the ring of invisibility.
Oh, it's the ring of invisibility. Dude, honestly, I'd say keep a cloak.
Yeah, the cloak is nice because it gives me advantage on all stealth checks.
And the polymorph thing's pretty fucking insane.
Mm-hmm. I definitely feel like I use that more than the ring because the ring is, I mean, it's nice for scouting stuff, but I feel like me scouting stuff just means me killing stuff.
It only comes into play like the 10% of the time we're fighting in broad daylight.
You mean like this entire arena that we're about to go into?
He did say morning.
Nah,
It's not greater invisibility.
We start the tournament at dusk.
I mean, I'm trading invisibility for 3d6 of damage. I will gladly give up the ring for this crossbow,
Seriously?
and I don't have to worry about bolts anymore.
No, that makes sense.
Flashback 8 episodes ago where Thanos is like, I'm going to focus more on roleplay, I think.
You know,
Hey, he's role playing all of his crafting.
Honestly, Tegan with a ring of invisibility with his defense stats right now too.
Yeah,
Like you would never die.
oh, he's got greater
you would
invis,
never
right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He does have greater.
He can just make himself invisible.
Yeah.
Plus, I've got my the staff, my dragon helm, and my cloak of protection right now. So
We could just trade the ring of invisibility for your cloak and ring that you want. Because isn't it a rare? Or is it an uncommon?
Cloak of I take a cloak of protection.
Well, I was talking about the ring. I was trying to think about how much the ring of invisibility is worth compared to a cloak and ring of
Oh,
protection.
the ring of invisibility is like a very rare item.
Also, yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
pretty pricey.
Or no, it's a legendary item.
Yeah.
So yeah, the ring of invisibility is very expensive. So, and then the protection, I think, is cloak of protection is going to be an uncommon, and then the ring of protection is going to be a rare item.
So yeah, we find somebody to buy this ring of invisibility, since neither of our plate wearers are going to use it. I don't see Tegan giving up an attunement slot for something that can do better.
the other thing we have to think about, not metagaming, but metagaming, there's a new person coming.
Oh yeah, we could hold on to it. But weren't we also just talking about gambling? I feel like
We're
Tegan's
gonna gamble with a
all out.
legendary magic item.
I don't know what money is. I'll fucking gamble whatever. To me,
And
this is
then
just
if
a
you're
fucking
gonna-
ring.
We show
If
up.
you're gonna
boom!
go kill, if you're gonna go kill shit for money, you should probably maximize the amount of money you're gonna get for killing shit for money.
Yeah, think about all the shit that we could buy if,
Oh, we're gonna bet on ourselves?
I mean, or we bet on the
You could.
other best team. and
Tegan,
then we
you're
just
supposed
throw-
to be the one explaining this to us.
Yes. We tried to get you to explain gambling to the group, and you just like walked away.
What's your deception? What's your deception score? Would
It's
you
not that
know
good.
how
It's only
to
plus
do
13.
the
Only a plus 13 with a minimum of 1, right? Or a minimum.
A minimum
of
of 10.
Yeah.
walk into a room, play the field, get the odds to go up like 4 or 5x, and then
You could just start a whisper campaign about how
Oh.
terrible we are.
Exactly.
Like,
Oh
we're
my
gonna
God.
die in the first 10 minutes.
Oh my god,
can we Game
But
of Thrones
what if-
this shit, Michael?
you're gonna Game of Thrones it, where you're just like, you're gonna die. Don't worry about it. And
We
then you're trying
hustle
to
the
set
whole town and immediately have to leave.
I don't think there's going to be a hustle here. I think what's going to happen is you're going to sign up and everyone's going to look at you and be like, okay, well, you're going to die and you're going to be, your probabilities of success are going to be super low. So you put the bet, you're going to get a good rate back.
And if we, sell this ring of invisibility, that's a legendary item.
Yeah.
And if we
I mean,
lose, we die. So, like, who cares about items at that point?
True.
The issue of selling the ring of invisibility being a legendary item. So legendary items really only exist one instance in this particular world. I don't have legendary items handed out like candy. And also, you can try to make a legendary item, right? You can make two if you have the idea of making the previous. And that's something too that I'll probably go into the crafting stuff when I do the change, is that you have to know what it is you're making. So you can't just be pulling stuff out of a hat and be like, I'm gonna make this, right? You actually have to have some foundation of like, oh, this is what this ring does, so that I can replicate it into something else. So the ring of invisibility is at such a significant value, probably, that no one is gonna have the coin
But it's gonna be able to
buy
afford
it.
it.
Except for
Yeah.
maybe the
Torres.
dude throwing on
Which
the
is
tournament.
mind-boggling at the fact we're trying to get rid of it.
Well,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
he also just
we don't
said
need
that
it,
I
it's
could
worth a lot of money.
remake it because I've
Yeah.
used it so much. I'm sure I know how this thing works at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Since you've used it and you have it, then you can kind of work backwards from it and be like, okay, I think I can make this. But following along with the crafting stuff, in terms of a ring, right? A ring is particular that you actually have to have. You have to use glass blower or jewelry tools to do the ring. See what I'm saying? So that's outside your wheelhouse with what you can't. Yeah,
You could tag team it with somebody. Then.
You would
Yeah,
have to
kind of
find a
hard.
glass. You'd have to
Glass
find a
blower.
jeweler or a glass blower,
Jeweler,
but
yeah.
then you're going to be talking about such a significant rate of value that they're going to ask that you're going to paying up the wazoo for it.
Still probably cheaper than buying it.
True.
I mean, literally, none of us need it. None of us are ever going to use it. So, like,
Yeah, I was gonna say the two plate wearers aren't gonna wear it.
So I think in this instance you're better off trade. At that point, you're better
yeah,
off.
or if we
you're
could
better
trade
off
for
seeing-
like some good stuff and then some coin, right? Like, because it's not like
Yeah.
people don't have money; they just don't have that much money.
like finding a magic emporium, and
Yeah.
then being like, hey, look, here's this ring. Can we trade this for 3 of these items?
So
That's the
basically,
coin.
we're about to give the biggest come up to some random trader that he's ever seen.
They're just going to put it on a shelf. It's going to be like the championship ring they got
Well,
off of Pippin or
I
something.
mean, we can just go back to Othema and talk to that one dude that, had all those magical items.
That guy hated us.
You mean the dude that wants us to wear his logo?
Tracksuits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, how we've gone, better option. Now,
I mean, to be fair, it would probably be a little bit more attention grabbing than the dude in shiny blue dragon scale armor walking through town.
I'm gonna be right back when we get some more coffee.
Accurate.
But yeah, I think we sign up and then we can do, as he suggested, a magic emporium. See if we can find you a cloak of protection, ring of protection. See what we can get for this ring.
Maybe a belt of giant strength. I'm just saying.
Fire giant.
If we
strength.
get-
I'm not big anymore.
Yeah, but if
we
we
get
get you,
Storm Giant strength belts, dude, for the
Oh,
two of
Jesus
you.
Christ.
if
that
we have to get,
would be
aren't
tough.
those legendaries a piece?
Yeah, those are pretty crazy because it's like 28 strength or something.
Oh well, then maybe
I think
Maybe it'll be the
Fire
same
Giant
thing
is
with
Fire
rare.
giant would probably be, I think, a rare.
because that's 24.
But we're turning we're turning Thanos into an NPC. So as long as we have lots of time and resources later on, we can always do.
we just take a month of downtime.
I mean, what else is gonna happen?
I mean, we're in no rush, right? Like, we know what we have to do, and we're going to eventually murder everything. But like,
I mean, unless Michael's game is like Pathfinder, where if you rest for too long, suddenly the world is on fire.
Yeah, or everybody just keeps getting
I
stronger.
mean, there is a active war
Yeah.
against.
It doesn't seem to be
It
going
It
anywhere.
seems
though.
to be kind of stalemated for the moment.
yeah, it doesn't seem. And I mean, the other thing is, we were literally like, if it was super duper time sensitive, we were literally in the marshes, failed in the marshes, went to some place that time was warpy, and now, I mean, nothing's happened. Grugash didn't go destroy the fort, or at least I
Well,
don't
no,
think he did.
Yeah, we don't know.
Well,
that
I
for
mean,
sure.
it's not far north of here, right? Like, we would see refugees if he like blew up the fort.
Probably. I think we're heading back that way anyway. But yeah, no, I think let's sign up and then let's go find somebody who can maybe do us some swappy doos on.
Swappy dudes.
Swappy dudes.
Swappy dudes.
Swappy dudes.
Swappy dudes.
Maldor comes up and goes, "Do you do swappy dudes?"
I'm here to.
Is
Is
this
this
Serious
a swappy
now?
doo shop? I'm in the market for some swappy doos. Okay. So what do we decide? Because I didn't get coffee. So
I think Corez, and then we're gonna go find that Magic Emporium.
Yeah, we're gonna sign up for the fight and then go find the magic shop.
Okay. So you're heading a little bit east of the main road of the Bazaar, then hooking a little north before you make an exit out of the district. You can see that the semi-arch space at the 10-foot segment, right, it has a double wooden door. The door particularly is shut. There are 2 platform towers at the backside from left and right on the other side of the wall. You're looking along the wall, and there's some people kind of gathering and moving about, and then shifting through. Near those double wooden doors, you see that there are a handful of usually 6 to 8 of these house guard that are currently there. And then there's some that don't have any weaponry, and that they have kind of common to the face, and there's a little bit of a table that's been pitched out of there of a thick sandstone top with some wooden leggings. And there's a person taking notes and things in a large ledger. They're taking ink and quill. They also have pockets, particularly of coin, in these large kind of little, I should say, large leather purses. And they are kind of set nearby the ledger on the left-hand side. And some of the guard are coming to, like whispering and things and coming back, and they're talking for some of the individuals. And those without the weaponry, right, are making way to some of the people passing by and then making motions and such. You are reaching this area, and one of those individuals comes up to you as well and just motions that in very short towards the gathering of the crowd from the road. And then you're kind of pulling yourself in that direction where those people are kind of formed, right? This is a darker complexioned human with these purplish eyes. They have dreaded black hair that slows down to multiple braids. And then again, they're wearing that same gold and white colorations of attire. They have the house symbol attached to the left hand of their kind of mantle or vestments that come from left to right of the cloak. The rain falling down, they have the shawl and the poncho pitched up a little bit, covering just of the rain. Well met, travelers, or dare I say adventurers. I am a representative of House Coulrez, and your friend, points towards Stegan, and the rest of you have caught my eye as someone's that would be quite successful in the Colosseum. Do you know that there are fights to be had and coin to be won?
Why else would we be here?
We had heard, yes.
Oh, so you have come looking for a challenge. You have come looking to fight in the Colosseum. I see.
Indeed.
What are we looking? Do you need the rules and regulations? I can spell them out for you.
Certainly.
Of course. There are 2 competitions. They happen at the end of the week, terms of the day. In relation, that would be a Saturday, right? Terms of the day. So the 28th of this month would be that day. I'm not going to specifically say, like, what the day is in the calendar. The group competition is to be had in the morning. The prize is 15,000 gold pieces. The single competition, the singlets, are to be had in the afternoon after midday lunch, as the crowd removes themselves and comes back. And that prize is 20,000 gold pieces. Competitions increase, and some decrease depending on the challenge that's set forth. This grand prize is not as much as it is been in the past, nor will it be in the future. So, there is much potential of coin to be had. The group and single competitions are under the same rules and regulations, albeit the different rounds and how they function. The rules are as follow. There is no leaving the arena once you embark upon the sand. You may not scale the walls into the grandstands or flee. You are to fight. If you are in the single competition, you will be fighting to the death. If you are in group, you will also be fighting to the death. I'd make myself chuckle with that one. If you are a caster of the arcane, the divine, or the natural, there is no teleportation, magic of any kind. There is no conjurations of spirits and animals to blossom the field with others. No. There is also no turning yourself into the shadow of nothing, such as an invisibility spell. You are to face the crowd at all times and be present as your own. Flying is allowed at a limited scope. You cannot be outside of the range of the Colosseum, and you must be within range that would be of the grandstands. A number of 100 feet in the air you could surpass. Do not return to the field of battle. Be declared that you have fled, even if you wish to just survive a bit longer in the air. You are to fight to the death. Your opponent may plead for mercy. This is particularly true in the singlet competition after the 2 rounds of monstrous creatures to wheedle you out. If they plead for mercy, the crowd may be in your favor and theirs, and their life may be spared, but that is your choice. The Colosseum is under rule by House Kulores and the Council of Lathan. The Talthars allow it, but if you are to dismember bodies, ruin them in any religious sacraments that they may have upon their death, or perhaps friends and loved ones wish to resurrect them, and you have tarnished that potential, there are laws here that Talthars still rule. Just the House Guard might be sickened on you. The reports might go as far as the Talthar naval base, and the soldiers might be hired on to help fetch you as criminals for such dismemberment. Not to mention the disqualification. Can't tell you how many rounds the singlet individual competition will be. That really depends on how many contenders we have and how many survive the 2 rounds of monstrous creatures. The group competition is a series of 3 rounds. You can bring as little or as many people as you can acquire these fights. They are particularly challenging, and they are timed. The most efficient party to dispatch these creatures wins. Monstrous creatures will not usually allow you to plead for mercy, so do be forewarned. But if you are not up to the challenge, you and your party will perish. Your bodies and your items can be claimed. Generally, after the competitions have concluded, bodies will be pulled up a rampart on the southwestern side of the Colosseum in a tiny courtyard of the Cheapside district. This is where the auctioneers will take place if your bodies are not claimed in 24 hours, or your items. 24 hours passes by, and your body and your items have not been claimed. They'll be property of House Kulores and the city of Lathan, and they will be auctioned. Your bodies will be buried or burned, whatever the weather permits. Any questions?
I just have one. How late does the singlet competition usually last? Does it last into the night? Because there's this whole invisibility thing.
They do not surpass into the darkness. We do not allow fights to go that late. We've never had, on any occasion, competition to be taken place on the following day.
You said specifically no teleportation magic, I assume that is in the interest of not leaving the arena. What about just to relocate within the arena?
Of course, if you wish to use your magic to relocate in the Colosseum, you can. It's only that your presence is there at all times. So if this magic is to shift you and then take you back after several minutes or more, seconds even, that will be disqualification. But if it's a decision of coming in and you are there in the present moment after the split of second, then you are fine.
Cool.
That was a good question. You said no summoning of creatures. Is it a spell to modify one of your team members to become a creature on the table?
Like a polymorph
Yes.
or a shape of a druid, those are permitted.
Okay.
Seems like the majority of your rules are about ensuring a quality entertainment for the spectators.
Of course, that is truly what it is for. I can also inform you that we don't get a whole lot of those that practice magic within the Colosseum. Very rarely will be those that have any sort of casting, and generally they do not survive in a single competition for the monsters creatures. They do not
It was
have-
actually his idea to sign up, and we pointed Varys.
Our bloodthirsty mage.
Ah, bloodthirsty. How interesting. Well, shall I take names, perhaps? Are we to sign up?
Seems like that would be the plan. Yes.
One more question. Is there a betting system, as it would be, for onlookers to bet on the participants?
Of course, anybody is able to bet on the group or single competition. House Fortune and Favor handles that. Master Stazzle Gavak, House Fortune Favor, will take your bet and place it. We have runners that will run between here and signups and there. They have signups as well. Make sure that your names are put on the docket for bets.
Gotcha. All right, well, you
Only
guys ready to go?
Yeah, I suppose the only question is who's signing up for the singlet competition.
The only thing is
both like
they're held on the same day, right?
Yeah, they are.
So the
on
group
the same day.
competition is in the morning, and then the individual competition is in the afternoon. In terms of mechanics, you might imagine you'll get a short rest between, but that's it.
I mean,
It's
I'll
up to
sign
you
up for the
guys.
singlet, but at some point, if we all sign up, we're all gonna have to fight. So
Yeah.
That would be less than ideal.
Yeah, I mean, if
I feel a little
out of
bad killing
character,
Bukar.
if we're gambling, it would make not much sense to pit ourselves against ourselves. That sort of defeats the purpose.
Well, I mean, because we all know that. Well, I guess at some point we'd have to fight, but
Right.
we could always
Yeah.
just forfeit said fight.
Yeah, but then you get accused of throwing the fight, and they probably murder people for that here.
Are you talking in front of the representative, or
No, this is all out of
This
character.
is all out of character.
okay?
Thanos and Maldor don't know what gambling is.
Yeah, that's why it's out of character.
I mean, we could also just ask him how that works.
Ask him if it's okay to throw a fight. That's probably not a good idea.
Listen, who's the gambling expert, okay?
That is not a-
Right, gambling
Listen,
expert. Ask
it
the
would be me
representative.
because I just spent like a whole week or whatever gambling with the crew. So
Oh,
That's a good point. Yeah,
did they
nothing
clean
more
me
to do.
out? I don't know. We didn't go that far. I don't know. In the single one, I feel like Baldor is probably the one with the most survivability.
It's true.
Well, it's a toss-up between the two of us, I think.
maybe,
You'd
but
be able
I'm
to heal between the two fights.
Yeah, the
I
problem
guess
is
I can technically heal between the two
whoever's going into the solo fight is going to have to play more reserved in the group fight because you need to conserve your stuff. So in that regard, I guess the fighter gets a lot of stuff back on a short rest, but I don't get any of my echo stuff back, so I would have to be careful with that.
I don't know, my new crossbow is about to be pretty badass.
I don't get any spells back, so I'd have to be careful with spells.
If we're putting it to a vote, I think I'd probably go Maldor. Just because his weapon does a lot more damage against everyone else. Because, like, the Bane is insane, but it really shines against dragons.
He has a way higher chance to hit, so it kind of balances out.
It's true.
Depends on
the biggest difference between us, really, in that regard, is that he's beefier. And his ability to heal himself with Second Wind is a bonus action, not a full action.
Yeah. Yeah, if you count your lay
I forgot
on
about lay on hands.
You've got more HP than I do, but you have to burn an action to do it.
Yeah.
But he can do that between the fights. That's gonna
also
be a big issue.
Also true.
We don't know how many fights it's gonna be and how beat up you guys are gonna get.
We also have a bunch of potions, so we could sort of like pop those between fights if we need to.
Oh, we could just buy more this week or make more this week.
Surely we haven't gone through that many. Didn't we have like 30? I mean, I only had 3.
I've given all of mine to Varys. So.
I still have 3 graders. My bag.
We also could be severely underestimating the group competition.
Right. That's the, well, you can. I assume you can back out. You can't leave once you go in, but if we get wrecked, we could just bow out of the single competition if we have to.
Is the group? Wait, is the single first and then the group's second?
No, the group's first.
Group's first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it would be easier the other way around because then you'd know what you had left.
The single also had a bigger prize pool, right?
Yes.
Wasn't it 15 for the group and something else?
20 for the single, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine either way. Maldor wasn't about it, but then he found out he doesn't have to actually murder people, so he's fine with it if you guys want to do that. But
yeah, I think you have the highest damage per second.
Yeah, this and I think what's important here too, out of character, since we're kind of delegating this, is that make sure that you hold your morals and your values true to yourselves. You know, you found a great number of gold just by adventuring and exploring and getting into these like treasury areas and stuff that people don't really go. This is not that, right? This is killing people and monsters that potentially are enslaved. Like they're not there for like they don't want to be here. Some of them, right? In terms of like, what that not the representative has said, but the halfling, right? In terms of that crossbow trader. So, you know, it's just gold, right? And it seems like you found a good number of it already. And is this something that it's more or less like, hey, let's do the group competition just for the experience of killing creatures, and maybe we can bet ourselves, get some coin? You know, that is much different morally than going into the individual competition and eventually having to fight humanoid people that have staked their lives to do this, and being forced potentially from the crowd to put them to death if they plead mercy and that fails for favor. So, you know, that's a big thing.
That's a question maybe we should ask, because like, yeah, if Maldor goes in and the crowd's like, kill him, he's not going to do that. So like, what happens?
Exactly.
Like,
exactly. What happens?
The Hunger
then?
Games thing, like
right? You potentially could be DQ'd, disqualified.
Right.
The fight will be forfeit at that point.
So we're saying Lucar is doing the single. No, I'm kidding.
Lucar has the same morals too, right?
Yeah, it's just about morals and who you are. I mean, you all have a very vast hoard of treasure items right now. You have a legendary item in your possession. I know the crafting stuff can get pretty, you can open-ended, right? Was what Adam had stated, which is, why definitely motivated me here to work on that, to try to make it a little bit more concise and directive with certain like items and finding specific things.
Mm-hmm.
And just open how much magic items are there, like finding a crossbow trader that can sell crossbow bolts that are this way and that way. And then seeing the pricing of these items too, the inflation of them, or perhaps just a markup that these people want because they might make the items themselves or they found them themselves. That doesn't take away, though. I should state, doesn't take away from what you currently have. Right? You all are very successful in combat so far. You all work together as a very fine-tuned unit. You do good damage, and your survivability is there. So tacking on additional magical items just might not even be necessary because you already perform so well. And so in character, your characters would see that. Your characters would be seeing how efficient they are and how well they're doing. And of course, they always want room for improvement. But is it really worth sacrificing that moral or the ethics to get that improvement by doing this?
We do need to kill a god. I need to kill a god.
Yeah,
But-
right. And so you might use that as reasoning to be like, hey, we need more magical items to kill a god. And by that, I want to kill people.
But yeah, he's still not. Like, I think he walks in assuming like he knows. I mean, we all know who we are and what we've got. Sort of an advantage, right? We're not normal people, and so knowing that the other schmucks who showed up to fight to the death are probably normal ass people, like it's like Jordan showing up at the Pee Wee leagues and like slamming dunking on everybody. It's just like you're not going to go out and murder these kids. They're here trying to make some money.
Yeah, like,
Thanos
there's a big difference between an adventurer and a gladiator, right?
Mhm.
That's like a big difference between the two, and that feels like what kind of is hopefully stating between the two competitions is like the group competitions more for like adventurers with like their parties, if they're passing by and they want to take a chance at getting some coin, versus like the individual competitions like sponsored by these houses. They might have like prize fighters that they bring forth, and they
Presumably, out of character, the bulk of our money is going to come from betting on ourselves. So, in the realm of that,
We just do the group.
well, I say the only reason to do the solo if somebody genuinely wants to do it,
that's it. Yeah.
because we don't need the money. We can make money. Just whatever money we were going to spend on that, just bet it on the other one.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, that was my point I was alluding to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean, Thanos doesn't get to murder people.
I guess that if you just genuinely
Why?
want to go like kill a bunch of people, you go do that. There's no point in like making one of us do it if we don't want to do it. Like,
Yeah.
Varys
Yeah.
is the one that wants to go in.
Varys is
yeah,
the one.
Varys might
He
want
wants-
to
Yeah,
do
he
it.
we
wants
might
to
come.
go in solo.
We might come back around to this point in
However-
the next session when Peyton gets back. So.
He was just told that magic users tend not to survive.
Yeah, they don't live.
Because they're
mean-
alone.
Yeah,
Yeah, they have
Right?
no
They don't
shield.
feel about
I mean,
themselves.
yeah, you take your shots, and you don't make them, you're going to get crushed by some of these, into the sand. You're going to be prone down, grappled potentially. It's
I'm
just
pretty sure
walloped.
me and Maldor could, or all of us, could have one-turn Varys' health pool. So
Yeah,
I don't even need
that's
a whole
what
turn.
that. I don't even know.
I've hit him twice, and I've almost one-shot him both times.
I don't even need to expend my action surge.
Oh my god, I'm fucking dead.
Fucking love it. But yeah, that's the truth of it. So.
I still haven't, not one time during this entire game have I stacked a Wrathful Smite and a Divine Smite.
I'm waiting
Well,
for
One
it.
crit, yeah.
If we move on to 1D&D and we're still playing this and 1D&D comes out, you're gonna hate your life there, Steven.
Yeah, they did.
Your
they-
paladin's been nerfed to the latest
they've been
playtest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, paladins are pretty damn busted. I say
Paladins
playing
nerfed,
Draco Knight.
Druids nerfed.
Druid nerf, yeah. That's expected. It's expected. But
Who knows where it'll
Okay.
happen. All right. So,
Yeah, we
so
don't
does
know.
anybody actually want to do the solo competition? I guess is the question.
I'm not.
I'm indifferent.
Tegan steps up for Rodrigo.
No,
Fishing pole only. The challenge. He's
The
only
not
way-
going to speed
I'll make you a dragon wing fishing pole, so that way your string is made out of fire or
You
something.
never need bait. It just conjures
Yeah.
its own bait.
love it. Fucking love it.
Oh my god, I can't.
It would be a lasso, essentially, just a reflavored lasso. That'd be pretty badass, actually.
All right, so yeah, let's just sign up for the group then. I think that fits us as a whole. We're not really as murder hobo-y as we seem. We're murder hobos with a purpose. We don't just go around murdering people.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Even you have a reason, unless they're pixies.
Unless they're pixies.
Maybe we should ask him, are there any fairies? There's fairies that he also... I'm kidding. Yeah, so sign up the ill-fated, Tegan. You're the talker.
All right. We will we'll come up, write down all of our names under the ill-fated. And I'll say, I'll turn and say, are we putting everything on us, or?
Well, do we I think we're just signing up for the competition.
Yes, I'm not one to take your bet. That will happen at House Fortune favor. You wish to bet on yourselves, and do give it a slight minute of time. We have to send our messengers over, our envoys from the house to house. This is not very far, but it does take a little bit to make sure Master Stazos Gadak is ready to receive your bet. I only need your party name. I don't need individuals.
We will be fighting underneath the ill-fated.
The ill-fated. I understand. Thank you so much. Dare I say, willingness. Laughs to themselves a little bit. 1 second. I'll be right back. Begins to talk to the one at the table. They begin to write down, almost as if it's like a contract. And
we don't need a whisper campaign. Our name says it all for us.
They grab that. Look towards. I just need one signature, holding an ink pen outwards at the base of the contract. Same terms and conditions that have been spelled out to you in the rules and regulations in terms of what they were talking about. The items auctioning off and things like that.
Hey, Maldor, what's that piece of paper?
I think it's a written version of the agreement we just made.
Yep, I'll go ahead and sign.
Thank you so much.
Paper carries more weight than bullets.
Appreciate it. Rolls it up. So, on daybreak, you will be heading to the northwest side of the Colosseum. There is an entrance through the wall. The entrance through the wall will lead you into a courtyard and grounds on that side of the Colosseum, where you are permitted to stay if you have stagecoach wagons before the competition, but I imagine you don't, given I don't see any transportation with you right now. If you do, you can stay within there for the remainder of this time till the fight. Daybreak, you're expected to be in those grounds. Our representatives will come out. We will begin to call for all of the groups to come in underneath the Colosseum down the rampart. We have a chamber that will have a pathway or tunnel that leads into the sand. Here in this chamber, it's quite large, delved into the underbelly of sandstone that exists in the labyrinth underneath the monstrous creatures. It's slightly segmented away, and its way has its own rampart towards that auctioneering courtyard I described. This chamber has dining tables, our representatives, healers. Healer will be assigned to you, your particular group, upon coming into the registrar and those representatives speaking with them. There is a kitchen. Food and the drink is free. You're able to eat and drink to your fill. There's cooks there that can prepare what it is that you would like. And then there is a blacksmith, House Kulrez, that we have down there. They can do any sort of quick and minor repairs on the spot between fights as well, if things happen. You will sit and you will wait for your group to be called. Upon that, you will be escorted through the southern tunnel to the south side of the sand, where you'll come up and you will face the creature. It is as simple as that. There is no more to be done, except to show up and to fight. Is this understood?
Crystal clear.
Contract. I have your signature here. If you are not to show up to said fight, there will be consequences. Oscularez will seek you out, and we will expect something in return. It's not a threat. It's an arrangement.
Okay.
You all have a good rest of your day, and I will see you in, I believe, 5 days' time, right? Yes, 5 days' time.
True.
Seems like it.
Farewell. Motions back through the crowd, continues to talk to travelers or individuals that are kind of coming through, eventually to entice them to fight or to sign up. Individuals that are looking for it, right? So you're left on your own in the slight crowd that's here.
So we're down to magic shops. So we're headed.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Gotta be something in this merchant's quarter, right?
Okay, heading to a magic shop.
Or a really high-end pawn shop.
Okay.
Or really, really
So-
high-end pawn shop.
We're looking for a
It's your-
used car.
You imagine that the window shopping, you might be able to find something in terms of just like walking through and seeing if there's something in terms of a magic shop. You leave the bazaar, which is going to change our noise from the market to crowd noise and then traffic. Rain still falling down, the wind kind of pushing itself up the main road that's large. You are immediately caught in attention after about 3 to 4 blocks. With your advanced perceptions here and walking and looking around, you could have sworn when you came through this area that you didn't see this sign. But now that you stare at this, you can see that on a lamppost that stands with bronze kind of cup sconces and lanterns, not lit at the present moment as we're during the day, there is a wooden sign that dangles from said lamppost. Kind of this cursive common writing that says Bruga's many things. And it's quite large. You came through this way, and you didn't see that.
It is the room of requirement.
And in 2 quotation marks, magic items to your heart's delight.
Well, that seems rather convenient.
And puts a street and a similar to a building address underneath it. So it'd be like a cross street and the street that it's on. To note it.
A little
where it's
too
at.
convenient.
That's suspicious.
What's the worst that happens? We have to kill something?
We're supposed to be doing that pretty soon anyway.
Killing anyone that we're not meant to check in.
Alright, well, this is what we were looking for, so ominous or not.
Tegan, make sure you lead the way in that bright blue armor of yours.
No, of course, yeah. For sure.
Preen like a peacock.
Yes, Harold.
Oh. What is a peacock? He goes,
Yeah, it's a very abrasive noise.
gosh. We don't have peacocks anywhere remotely around this area. And I'm very
Alright, I'll go ahead and
So
open the
violent.
door, but then usher everyone else in after me.
Well,
Okay,
it
so
was
you're-
just a sign, right? So we got to go there.
Yeah, that was just a sign put up on a lamppost, and you round the corner, headed down the cross street south, And then there's another sign dangling from a lamppost that seems to just appear out of thin air, dangling down. And it says this way, ... with an arrow pointing down another cross street. You're
Too bad we don't have
walking
our
down-
faithful wizard.
You're walking down that way, and eventually you come to a very interesting building that looks as if it's a common 2-story house with glazed metal-etched windows. But then all of a sudden it changes to this very metallic-looking structure of a single story with a flattish roof. The metal of iron plating on these sides has been welded. There are vats of steam coming through metal grates from little indentations or indents in the sandstone tiled walk around the alleyways of this particular structure. The crowd has also been dismayed at this point. There's slight cart and traffic every so often. Not really a whole lot of movement and things over here on this particular side of the Merchant's Quarter and Cross Street. So you have the occasional person. You see the occasional person. You hear the occasional cart. You see that occasional cart. What stands out to you immediately is the fact that when you got within 100 feet to this building, that it changed, as if an illusion plagues it, and you have passed through that illusion. And when you look at somebody across the way of the sidewalk, walking by, they look into the building and they smile and they continue to walk. And from your perceptions, listening to what they're saying, well, those pies do look delicious. Not today, dear. Not today. Taps onto the hand and continue to walk.
They just call us pies.
Mention that building. So they might not be seeing the same things you all are seeing.
This is the part
Yes.
where we ask Varys what triggered it to point the illusion out to us. How does it know we're looking for it?
Varys looks at you.
This is where we're all gonna die.
Must feed him with blood.
In fairness, I suppose it's an apt demonstration of just how magic the magic shop is.
Looks like an Apple store. Yee!
So inside, from these bay-like windows, you can see that there are metal shelving units cased in glass with no latches to be observed. Some of these cases have vials of potions, crystals, different holding containers. Others have books. Some have jewelry boxes. And then there's sparkle and static electricity bouncing with some of them that are taller rectangular glass cubes. And they are dancing like Tesla coils, funneling themselves back and forth. Steam shoots off from one of the metal gratings nearby the sidewalk. Staircase leads up. Solid plated metal door. Simple. Turned handle.
It's the fucking gnomes all over again. I wonder if I can buy a robot here.
Let's do another lesson in the concept of money and how much things.
You guys haven't given me that lesson yet. You just keep telling me to buy shit.
So as you come in to the space, you can hear the sound of that steam hissing and gears now moving slightly underneath. The rain now subsides, down the gear noise. There's also an arc of electricity every so often coming from the Tesla-like coils. You don't see anybody as you come in, but Tegan being last, you look left and right and the door shuts at your backside.
Well, where's the pie?
Be on your guard.
Always, always.
So looking through, you can see that there are two kind of wallings of this brass plating wall, and there are a kind of like a submarine kind of turn dial door from one of them and then the other one as well. They have these metal piping work coming into these rooms, these compartments in the space. There's levers that can be turned and moved upon them, more funneling in potentially into the back sides of these glass cases. And every so often, a fume of some powdery smoke kind of comes in, and the electricity kind of grabs it and feeds off of it, and it continues to form these slight clouds, these tessicles. Here, one of the metal brass doors open. As such, you see blue-skinned goblin come outwards with circular spherical glasses, goggles, takes them off and slaps them down. A little rim to them of like greenish powder, and then shuts the door and turns to like lock it. This goblin has a soft gray robe with a few stitching of variety of black, blue, and gold. They pick up a small walking stick coated in a dark bark. They have a few rings and an amulet, all of which seem rather expensive in terms of material, made platinum, gold, thick, different gems placed within, runes of arcane upon them. Look upon you, all. Welcome to Brugger's many things. How can Brugger help you?
My companions and I are looking to barter with our own items and maybe acquire some more. I noticed your shop is very arcane-like, and your name of your store seems to imply that you have magical things that we may be interested in.
It's quite astute.
Brugger's of many things, yes. Have many magical things. If you were to find this place, then it was destined for you. What it is you request from me, I may find, I may have. You have much coin?
We have a decent chunk, yes.
What is your name?
My name is Tegan.
Well, Tegan, what can Brugger get for you?
Should we show her the item? Do we wish to part with?
Sure.
I will hold out my hand with the ring of invisibility on it.
Ooh. A delicacy. To move in the shadow and the darkness would be quite good for Brugger. You know what it is, the power this ring has? Hmm?
As she's looking at it, I'll go ahead and channel the focus through it to turn invisible.
It appears you do. Trade you're after, Brugger can suffice. It is coin you're after, Brugger cannot. So sorry.
Ideally, we were hoping for a bit of both, honestly. But
Well, what it is your heart desires, Brugger can find for you. Perhaps we need to go to break for you to think about it.
seems as such.
Since no one is talking, Quite
Yeah,
quiet,
that's fine.
coming into Brugger's many things and being quiet is maybe Brugger does not like.
We just want to hear Bruga speak more.
You wish to hear Brugger speak more? You like Brugger's voice? Everyone likes Brugger's voice. It's not an NPC that everyone loves to hear. All right, we're going to go take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break so people can collect their thoughts. So out of character, this is really just about asking in terms of like what it is you want for your character, not a particular magical item, but more of like a description alluding to a magical item. So Brugge, given by the wares in these great cases, Brugge has a lot of different magical items here. And it could just be that these are placeholders for what the items actually are in terms of other areas, like apartment spaces, pocket spaces. There might be a whole underbelly to this whole magical shop. It doesn't seem like there's an access point, no staircase that you can observe. So really, and for this, it's kind of coming to be like, hey, what would it be that I would use? I would want a stronger piece of armor, more sturdy, right? Or I want to be able to recover my wounds, be protected, right? So these are kind of the terms, and then Brugge will make suggestions, right? You do have a particular magical item that you know about and you want to reference that. Yeah, we can go that route too. So allows a little bit of just trying to figure out what could be for my character that say, hey, let's make my character this way. That is indeed Brugge's many things. And if Brugge does not have, potentially Brugge could find. Brugge is quite a collecting character. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at about 1:22 p.m. PST. If you are watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Be ill-fated, and hopefully you join us when we get back. So we'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Bye, chat.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for watching and keeping with us. We are at Baruga's Many Things. We have just walked into the shop. We have the gears, the arcing, and it's at this stage that Baruga is looking to see what you all are wanting, be it information, be it a magical item, be it just something that might improve yourselves. Maybe Baruga just wanting to hear the voice. I don't know.
No, I'll speak up because I think I'm the one that encouraged us to come here. Yeah, so I'd step forward. So I've been taking more hits than I would like to lately, and I chose the path of a great sword, not a shield. Was looking for something to help me, perhaps take less hits.
Bruga, take this. Bruga has protection items for you. Suppose the Bruga can come up with a ring of protection for you. Perhaps a cloak. Protection. Bruga can find for you.
I believe that sounds ideal.
Just something for myself. Our companion here with the strapping looks and the staff. He recently found something that made his spell casting more effective, and I understand his nature of magic being arcane. That would be rather simple to find, but is there anything that you have that could enhance someone of my persuasion's spellcasting?
And your persuasions of spellcasting?
He talks to people.
You talk to people. You are one with the bardic waves, yes? Shuffles through you, Thanos.
More or less.
I have a few instruments of the bards that be offering.
Instruments. Honestly, I'm willing to try anything.
Finally, he can serenade us.
Perhaps something simpler than an instrument if you've never played before. I have a series of drums that are
Drums.
could enhance your magical abilities.
All right. Sounds good.
How potent do you want these drums?
Come on, Tegan. Couldn't you learn to play the violin?
Do you want a tickle or do you want a folk rap?
I mean, as powerful as we can get them, I guess.
And this is for the barter of that ring. Ring of invisibility.
If everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we just create a list and then see where we're at.
Yeah.
Right. Sounds lovely. What else? No one? Anybody?
I was hoping you might have something to greatly increase one's strength. I had the pleasure of drinking with a giant once who had a rather mighty belt that I was unable to relieve him of.
You know, I've briefly. Bruga has removed many giant spells before.
Why would the goblin be removing people's belts?
Oh, dear God!
Thanos, buddy, we need to have a talk at some point.
It's a piss on me technique.
After the tournament is over and when you're a little bit older, we're going to have a conversation, okay?
Bruga is a collector of many things. And Bruga has a good for you. Increase your strength. I imagine it comes from a clan of giants known as Warsaw. They fight for a master of dragons, Damodar, to the far south. Bruga may have collected some of the belts.
That would be quite the irony to then use it against him.
your enemy then? Hmm?
So it seems, although we have lots of those.
Tell me. Who is your enemy?
I feel like we should just write them down and have a list.
There's a list, I believe. Yes, Damodar seems to count himself among them.
Ooh. You know the true name? Master of Dragons, Damodar. Then you must have personal acquaintance.
We've met more than once.
On many occasions.
You have met this Damodar?
Indeed.
Are they as handsome as they say?
You know, I suppose it's a
Definitely
matter of
charming.
taste.
He's a bit fleshy.
As are most of us, in fairness.
It is surprising to Bruga that you have met this Damodar, but yet you still do.
He seems both to want us dead and also not to kill us. Or unable to kill us for complicated reasons. There are many things, powers, and entities otherwise mucking about with our fates, it would seem.
Bruga will hold her tongue. If you and your fate has been moved, I do not dare add more to the weight.
We have recently been urged to ask more questions.
That is true.
And if you ask more questions, you perhaps will make more ripple. Bruga will be delighted, but Bruga does not want to unless you wish it. It seems you're many times, perhaps, you have been told what to do.
Indeed. You seem to know a fair amount about the subject. You were surprised that we knew the name of the Master of Dragons, not to learn the name of the Master of Dragons.
Those with much skill in magic and other facets of this world. They have heard the whispers of this call as ally to them. Master of Dragons is not a name that Bruga does not know. And with friends that they do not know. They do not go claiming themselves as Damodar only to those that they see the most powerful.
They actually sent a Kraken after us yesterday. It was the second time.
You fought a Kraken?
Yes, it did.
She unfortunately met her demise.
And you live? Yes. The Kraken met her demise?
The Kraken is dead, yes.
How did it feel to be roped up in all those tentacles?
You'd have to ask the boat, I think.
I can tell you it did
Bruga
not
was
feel
just-
good to be in her mind as she died.
Dare not say. Krakens be very intelligent and legendary creatures, I heard. Was studied in some places. Not here, unfortunately. Not me. No. Bruga wishes she was shipped, though.
Why does she wish she was the ship? I still don't understand what's going on.
Oh, Thanos.
I'll have to show you some cartoons.
I told you when you're older.
It seems to me that if you would ask Bruga for a lesson,
She could
Bruga
probably
would
teach
be
me
very.
many
Bruga would be
things.
very willing to give lesson to this one. It's looking way over to Thanos.
As
A
his
lesson in
sponsor, I
what?
can't allow that.
oh god,
Would it give us a discount?
You can add
That's what
sex
bonds
work,
are for.
sex work to his NPC list.
Thanos,
Bruga was
how do you
trying
feel
to
about being
fund Thanos.
traumatized?
Bruga would give discount for this one.
Well, there you go. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Thanos, do you
Come
want to
on,
go
what?
on an adventure?
I don't understand what's going on here. I just want to shoot things, and that's
Oh,
Oh,
be
you'll
shooting
shoot
something.
things.
That's not inaccurate.
No, I'm sorry. My friend is off the market.
So sad, such a pity. Bruga
It
would have
is.
fun with this one.
Wait, were you just trying to sell me?
No.
No.
Well, kind of.
A service.
They were merely trying to sell a piece of you, dear.
You're very
Been
handy
very
with your.
happy.
He's good with his hands. He makes many things.
Strong arms. Good trigger finger.
Strong trigger fingers.
Bruga would be very happy with your trigger finger.
What this? What do you want with this?
So,
Are you sure
In
Bruga
term-
cannot give you discount?
honestly, you're an adult.
You make your
I-
own choices.
I still don't understand what's going on here. This is a trigger finger. What do you want with
All
my
right,
trigger
so
finger?
Bruga, with my friend here off the table, in terms of equivalent value, where do we stand between the items we've requested in the ring?
For the 3 items. Begins to ponder. Go ahead and pull up some notes here just to calculate.
Before we decide if we have to pimp out Thanos.
Make a dexterity check at advantage there.
Bruga thanks for potent drums, protection for your friend, and for strength of fire giant. Even trade.
You wouldn't happen to have any armor like his, and I'm just going to point to Tegan.
Armor of Blue Dragon.
Maybe not of Blue Dragon, but I'm just going to point to my studded leather that I've been wearing since I was in the marsh hunting people. This is not as fancy. So I just need something a little better.
Bruga sees. How about you take off and Bruga gets measurement?
Thanos will go ahead and start taking off his armor in the middle of the show.
Now we get to discount.
Thanos.
Since Bruga begins to thumb your calves and your legs, and then begins to thumb up around the body, just feeling quite nice.
Thanos, do you know the meaning of pleasure?
You see as they whip their hands around, invoking magic, conjuring an invisible chair, climbing upon it to get higher up upon you, they can shoulder to shoulder or something.
Gives him leverage.
Bruga sees. Bruga sees.
Bruga feels.
Unfortunately, my dear Bruga does not hold armor. So sad. I can't help you.
Thanos just looks really confused right now, but just puts up his armor and puts it back on.
I see.
Oh.
Honestly, respect.
Such a shame. Bruga would give great discount.
These gnomes are the best people in the universe. I would like to retire in a gnomish city.
She's
This
a
is
goblin.
a goblin.
Goblin.
Oh shit.
But you're not far off in terms of Bruga's backstory. So, like of who they are affiliated in relation. For courtesy of the role play, they're kind of similar in that way. How I role play, right?
The gnomes in this
Like-
world are definitely horny. That's
Horny gnomes. Yeah, I kind of role play him. I got a little horny gnome thing going. That's for sure.
I mean, they all come from hardwood, right? It's,
We're gonna have to slap an 18+ sticker on the screen for this stream.
Oh, we get flagged most of the time when I export to YouTube. I generally get flagged that I can't even assess it as like a kid thing. Yeah.
yeah, if you use any profanity now, you get flagged on YouTube.
Yeah, it flags for profanity.
I'm gonna whip out my halfling leaf, and as I do, be like,
Just gonna
Bruga.
start thinking.
Now that you felt up our friend here, care to tell us more about yourself and how you know so much about so many things and wondrous items?
Well, Brugge has been around for a long time. Brugge has been collecting for a long time. I suppose if you all are enemies of this Damodar, I can share with you a little bit about who I am. Brugge has lived many lifetimes. I have been here in this world for some time. I trained in Felkin, on the Isle of the Blessed. Brugge is potent enchantment and illusionist. I use them to make potions and items. My shop is hidden from all of Talthos, and anybody that would not be a part of like mind of Brugge. My illusions and my enchantments are myself. So for you all to find your way here means that we are already allies. And you all are great adventurers, capable of dealing with Brugge's enemies. Brugge come from place long ago. This place allies to dragon. As much of Goblet world, Goblin's home to Arthuria. Long before all of you came. We worship dragon. Brugge's tribe became associated with Vodir. Worshipped the red dragon. Named Berithu. Not necessarily protector of others, but protector of us. They liked good gold, good wealth. We found it. We brought it. Brugge was far too smart, though. Track for Vodir. Brugge found home. Many gnomes. Pulled away when colonizers started to come. I helped build Felkin. I have spoken with Old One. I was at Felgip when the Talthars attacked with the Great Purge. Brugge did not stay. Brugge does not use magic to hurt me. Magic is fun. Magic is free. Which is why Damodar came to me, looking for help and ally. Or they attacked the Wizard's Keep 9 years ago with dragons. I wanted to know more information about Felgip. Brugge liked the idea of free magic. Brugge saw something in them. Brugge did not like. So I decline. Now to see what Damodar has done. It's not like even more.
It seems he paid a visit to Fulgrim.
I suspect as much.
We were just
what
there,
pur-
actually,
You were at Falcon.
recently.
Mm.
Spoke with Porig. He's a character.
With a fractured mind.
And a drug problem.
Oric lost himself after Falcon was attacked. Felt it necessary to make new Falcon. Ruger did not approve. Ruger and Porig, we go way back.
Do you know him?
Let Ruger just say that Porig was not simply a headmaster of school.
He seems to have a very interesting and valuable power.
Power of Old One is not to be trifled.
You can say that again.
It's not to be accepted either. And if you have been accepting what gift the Old One had offered, Ruger does not fare well for you. It will not fare well for you, Ruger. See, this is your path, Yorlo. I cannot tell you not to do something.
I find it all rather interesting, honestly. Damodar accepted power, or took power from the Old One. But the Old One wants him dead, because he did not do what the Old One asked.
The Old One said as much to you?
Yes.
And for the Old One to make such finality statements means the Old One is not doing what they normally do. It is true. The Old One does not speak in such ways of ending. The Old One always says that things could be as all things.
Apparently, Damodar was tasked with destroying the dragons, and instead chose to enslave them for his own purposes. Porig seemed to think that Damodar might actually be afraid of the dragons for some reason.
Ruga is afraid of dragon. Dragons are very powerful.
They are quite strong.
This is why Goblin Tribe, we serve dragon. Ruga is very powerful now. Ruga might stand a chance against dragon. At least to run away.
I have no doubt. You would probably charm it, I'm sure.
Ooh, Ruga with dragon? Ruga would want to know what that felt like.
It would take a very long time for measurements.
Ruga would take all her time. Damodar has claimed power from the Old One. You'd of no good. There is always a cost to twisting fate. Pulling from the tendrils. Perhaps Damodar wishes to escape this fate.
Perhaps. He performed some type of ritual at Felgrim. It corrupted the well, has effectively fractured all the normal magic around the island, it seems.
That
Tainted
is
it.
Davidar's gift, isn't it? Is it not?
It's unclear, honestly. He possesses strange abilities.
Damodar came to me searching for ally. They told me they had power to absorb other magic. At the time, I thought it was a new magic item, new discovery from a great mage. Brugga could be wrong. Brugga did not know. Brugga does not. Brugga does not like to fight. But Brugga was curious, asked Brugga's questions. Brugga might have taken small measurements. What you have just told me, Brugga can believe. Skip.
It's apparently that ritual that gives him power over the dragons. Not all the dragons. Some of the dragons perhaps don't mind serving him, but many of them are doing so against their will.
Control dragons. Only one could control dragon. Element. Long ago, Brugga. Brugga, no. Brugga tribe. They told stories. What dragon feared most was their return.
That's the one thing I can't put together on top of all of this, is that the old one wants the dragons dead. Damodar seemingly also wants the dragons dead, just not by his own hand. It almost seems as if sparing the dragons would be in our best interest.
Make dragon ally?
Perhaps. If not, for no other reason, to simply thwart the efforts of everyone who seems aligned against us.
Dragons are intelligent creature, Brugga knows. They have desires like you and I. They are powerful creatures, not of body, but of mind too. Tales of my tribe speak. Dragons resisted control by elemental, by their strength of body and mind. See, Brugga? Make allies could help you. Brugga does not know.
How is it that Damodar, you presumably refused Damodar's offer, but you live?
Brugga knows Damodar is looking for a world of free magic. To bring end to the Telthars and many that worship Halo have true hatred. Brugga does not like Telthars. I paid no taxes. I hide my magic. They do not know. I am here. Brugga likes it this way. But I will not kill. Achieve that end. Damodar will. And Brugga is not so easily killed by someone else. seems for someone that didn't want to cause more ripples, you like making waves. Virgo would like to see what waves you could make somewhere else.
Do you have a waterbed?
No. But bed will be sure to be like water after we're finished.
I just kind of tapped Thanos on the shoulder. Like, it's okay, buddy.
Discount.
Again, what do I need to do for discount? I don't understand.
There's many things always here. You have found it once, you find again. Your shop open to you. You have more questions, you come. You want help, you come. But Bruga likes coin. And Bruga has
Yes. On that note, we had hoped to acquire some coin. We participating in the games.
Ooh, fighting, are we?
Yes. I suspect it won't be much of a fight based on the things that I've seen. Would you have any interest in sponsoring us? Sponsoring a bet, perhaps.
I could sponsor. Bruga does not come into light of city. I can give you some coin for you to wager for yourself. And Bruga gets 80%.
AT?
Bruga gets 80%.
It seems like your department, Tegan.
Ooh, your department is to persuade me. Bruga wishes to be persuaded.
Perhaps you could acquire a discount.
I'm not that persuasive. It's
Some bard.
It's got to be better than a
met-
tracksuit deal.
Bruga has met many that thought they were not persuasive.
Perhaps she could teach you.
Tegan, show her your trigger finger.
It has gotten quite rather good.
no, it's not nowhere compared to Thanos's. Okay, so ring the magic items. We're looking at the trade here. No discount.
What kind of bard are you?
Lonely bard.
Lonely bard.
What percentage would work for you? Bruga wants to know.
How much coin are you willing to give?
Bruga ask question. Return. If you win, how much coin do you all want?
Out of character, I think we're at the point, like, once we get everything we're asking for here, we're pretty much set until we find something insane that...
We have to kill a god. We need an army. Perhaps some demons.
God-slaying weapons.
Do you sell demons?
I think for Thanos, the only thing at this point that I would ever need beyond this hand crossbow would be maybe an oath bow of some sort. For
The
specific.
fuck is that?
The thing that's going to make me kill all of my enemies at some point.
Like a target locking bow.
Yeah, you swear an oath against a certain enemy, and you get disadvantage on all of your other attacks against anyone but said enemy. But you get 3d6 or d8 when you hit said enemy on top of your normal attack.
Can you change the oath once the target dies?
Once a day.
You don't know the power of your own trigger finger, but you know what a bow is.
Nice. Any instrument?
This was our OC, so that's what I was saying. The only thing Thanos wants is something to kill the people he wants to murder.
I honestly don't think that we need the extra gold to wager. I think...
Well, now you're just being humble.
Listen, it can't hurt. Also,
If the whole reason for doing the competition is to acquire a large sum of gold. Otherwise, it's just wanton slaughter. I'm not here to entertain the.
Yeah, but if
Um,
we get the gold from Bruga and I barter her down to say 50%, we might be losing money at that point.
How does that work?
Because she
That's
gives
not
us
how
the
that
money to bet, we bet our own money as well, and then we
well, I
lose
assume
50%
she's going
of
to
the
give us.
earnings.
She's going to give us much more than we were going to bet.
Yes.
I have that much left.
And it's a take. So let's say that you're 3 to 1, right? So you get 3 times the amount that you put down. If you win, we're wanting 50% of that 3 times.
Yeah, so you would pay her back what she
Of
gave
just-
you, and then
of just
50%
what?
of the winnings.
Exactly.
Also,
exactly. Pay back
it-
the 50% of the money.
it will be an expensive endeavor to sponsor our up-and-coming NPC to Master Craftsman.
That's true. I have designs on eliminating deities and extraplanar entities. I
Also-
suspect that will get expensive.
I know how to use a boat now.
That's what we could build Lucar a ship.
I need a ship.
That and
Cannons.
we
Want to build cannons?
And a
we need
tricorn
to
hatch.
buy Beskar from
I need a tricorn hatch.
American Republic. We're going to need a
So-
lot of fucking money.
We should try and win. I know nothing about what's a lot of money. 250,000 gold.
Okay, here's my counter. Is whatever money you give
No.
us, we will have a 50-50 stake on the winnings, give it back to you, as well as a promise to bring back any magical artifacts that we are no use from to bring to you to increase your stock and further trade.
You become Bruga's mini collectors in perpetuity. Bruga like this. Bruga see you more. Bruga like this.
I'm gonna pull the bane off of my back as well and just lay it down for her to inspect it. Like
Where did you
We have-
get this sword?
my friend Balrugar.
It's the sword that
You-
killed the people that she worshipped about.
Yeah, I don't know that was the best idea.
No, they just fight Brugas. Very soon deserved it.
I love this. I love this goblin.
But yes, so
Bruga
50-50
may or may
stake.
not have been helped in making of this sword.
Did you?
Powerful indeed.
You are acquainted with Magello.
Magello, Wizard of Old Magello, or Magistrate Magello?
Are they
They
somehow
one and the
related?
same?
Are they one and the same?
We suspect they
That
may
was
be.
our assumption, but we haven't been to Belda to find out.
A very old man, Magello, intervened when Damodar came to kill us at one point. We saw him briefly, and I believe I recognize him as
And you
someone who
all
was
are-
there.
You all are chosen.
It would seem.
We probably should have led with that,
seem
considering learning.
so.
a
Well,
little
you
bit
know, it's
about-
not something you go around telling everybody.
unless you're Varys. No, that
No,
was
Varys-
Varys,
more
Varys
Varys is
said
rather
this.
quiet today.
Bruga has more to give you. This be big wake. Before we get to it, Bruga wants. I heard 250,000 gold. Bruga does not know odds of winning. 1 moment, please. You see them from a wrist pocket they grow like a crystal orb, almost like they're using scrying and begin to move, looking into House Fortune and Favor, staring at it.
Cheating.
Oh, yeah. No need for a whisper campaign.
She changes her odd 10 to 1.
Bruga give. Bruga give 20,000. You make 250,000. That all?
I think that's good. And to be clear, I just want from phrasing from you what I had meant with retrieving the items was not to just gift them to you, but to further barter with those itums.
You'll give them to Bruga.
I think we're on the same page here.
I believe the page is Bruga's, and you can either be on it or not.
That's true. I will ask, unrelated to our transaction, how often do you have people enter your shop?
I think we lost him.
What?
No, I heard him.
We heard
Did
him.
you lose
Yeah,
him?
we heard him.
Oh, they roboted out for me.
You might have to refresh.
Yeah. Oh, he's not. He's not. They're not even in. They're they're refreshing.
He's in here for
Are you-
us.
Yeah,
Really?
I think. Yeah.
Whoa,
Is
that's
Michael
so
still
creepy.
in? Because I can't hear Michael.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
What? Yeah. No, Michael's trying. He
They
can't
have-
hear you, but we all
yeah,
hear both
you
of
can't
you.
hear each other.
Two-way
Both of us
disconnect.
need to
I'm
refresh.
gonna refresh. I'm refreshing.
Michael's refreshing. Hold on. Oh, they're both refreshing. Okay. Well, it's all. Yep. Time to vamp.
Hey,
Wait, he's back. I think
We both
Tegan is
ref-
refreshing too. Yeah, so he's coming
yeah, if we
back.
both refresh, we should be able to read.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay,
That was wild.
that was pretty crazy. You like roboted out for me, and then I heard nothing. And apparently, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then you dropped too. Like
Yeah,
no one.
so like,
everyone
He
else-
couldn't hear you.
Somehow they got crossed. That's
Peer-to-peer
It was some
connection.
interference. It was some
connections.
interference from Bruga's scrying.
Bruga's
Yeah,
stride.
as well.
Out of character, I did mean 50,000 gold that they would offer up, so they'd cover the lot of the 5-to-1 odds winning to get to 250. Misspeak there, so sorry. So they're going to offer 50k up to reach that 250k for a 5-to-1 odds. And then you're saying in exchange for that you would bring magical items for barter to them purely, right? So they're going to be like your
Yeah.
dedicated magic shop. You're gonna
Yeah,
drive
like
to.
our dealer. Yeah.
Yeah. Magic item dealers in perpetuity.
Because she's been much more helpful than the other dude.
There were no
And then-
tracksuits involved.
Yeah, 50. I said 50%. 50% of the winnings, right?
Yep.
To get to that 250, so they're gonna take 50% of 250,000.
Yeah. So we'll keep 125.
You'll keep 125 if you win.
Yeah.
And then they won't request anything back in return, so you don't need to pay back the 50k.
Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
Because it's going to be 50k, and then you're going to get 250 back
On top, yeah.
on top.
And then we're
Right,
just doing
so-
an even swap for the items.
So you'll get greater than 50% than they would, because you're
Right.
going to get that 50
Because of the
50k plus the 125, which
So
gets
we're
it
going to be
closer
net
value.
175. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're going to be closer to that 250k, but you're not going to get right there, and then they get.
If we do another 5k of our own,
Yeah. We
That'll
could,
And
put us in
again, yeah, exactly. You can get closer to that value if that's what you're doing in terms of betting and wagering.
Aldor also literally just pulled a number out of his ass. So like I don't know.
Yeah, you guys
so
still
that's a
haven't
big number.
explained money to anyone here.
I know, right? So Bruga kind of looks at you as you're doing this thing before perhaps going into some more lore if you request it. Right? Bruga's not a character that's going to make waves in terms of bottling your minds into lore and these other facets, unless it's something you want to know, like if you request it. They're not going to tell you. And more times it seems that you're going to come back to Bruga now that we're making this arrangement with Steel. So there's more times that you might be able to get more information. Bruga might be able to figure out more information for you as well, being someone that has great magical capabilities. They look upon you, Tegan. Bruga agrees to this deal. But Bruga needs one thing in return.
Mm-hmm.
A kiss.
That seems fair.
come on, Bard, roll performance.
Are you proficient in lips?
what kind of kiss?
Just a simple kiss on the lips. Brugger just wants just to know what it's like.
Okay. I give knowing eyes to everyone in the party. This is for you. And I'll go ahead and lean in and plant one on her.
Plant one on. You see as Bruga grabs you by the head, brings you in, sticks the tongue in a little bit,
Oh.
and at the same time plucks a hair out of your head.
That's kinky.
Thank you so much, Bruga likes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
As soon as you
that-
backstep, begin to wipe your face, you notice the rest of the party that sees you. Your tongue is blue.
Fantastic.
Is
Brugas.
that how all kisses work?
Yep, all of them. Every single one.
Bruga likes that. Very delighted. Bruga would like more kisses. I understand.
What
You
is
tell
the
me how
pow-
to
what is
kill
the
a
power
god.
of the blue tongue?
Sorry, what?
Did you say blue tongue? What?
So what is the power of the blue tongue?
Bruga? Blue tongue? No Bruga. Nothing to worry about. Just the side effect of Bruga's kiss.
She just eats a lot of fruit roll-ups.
How many other chosen in history have you?
It's a side effect of Bruga's kissing. Exchange chosen one. Bruga does not give kisses lightly.
Obviously, there was hair pulling involved.
This is for more kisses. Pockets it.
Not ominous whatsoever. Well, I believe that concludes our business, so I believe the transaction can be made.
Bruga delighted. Bruga happy.
Thanos will take off the ring and just put it on top of the glass case beside him.
You see as they motion for it, Mage handing it, coming, grabbing the ring, clutching it. Bruga, be back. 1 moment. Grabbing the other hand, begin to turn it, invoking magic. Green sphere rubs around them. They're teleported away.
And we are teleported out of the shop, and we just got bamboozled.
That would be such a useful skill.
We just got robbed.
Yeah. All right, so I'm deleting that from my inventory. Bye-bye.
Man just deleted a legendary item.
I did.
Rest
Well-
in peace.
That's fine, because I was also debating on trading the cloak, but Thanos isn't smart enough to do all that, so...
Legendary.
Because I could just get boots of elven kind and then a ring or cloak of protection.
We
But
can
that's
always
the other
come
thing.
back.
I hope she's giving you a ring because I can just give you my cloak. Because I'm gonna have to take up another attunement slot for the drums.
And now
I'll
teleport
put on
back,
drones. No.
leading the walking stick over by the metal brass hole. You see as they walk into that small compartment in the corner, pulling a couple of the actual levers of the pipes. Begins to glow. They begin to motion their hands in the direction as items struck out of the glasswork onto the floor begin to appear in manifestation of form upon the floor of the ground. One of which is a metallic chest, large and impressive, massive, filled with gold. It would seem, but upon putting the hand in, Bruga kind of goes into a kind of a pocket space inside of it, almost as if it's an illusion of contents. And then snaps the finger, and it looks like an empty chest, and then shuts it. Bruga, throw this in for free for your gold. Chest of holding. It is nice. Good. For holding things.
It's
Real good.
fantastic.
Very kind of you.
You are welcome.
Must have been some kiss to you.
Rugen begins to mage hand the items to the respective party members. So, Lucar, you're getting a ring of protection.
Nice.
I'm going to drag this into your inventory here. And then I'm also so the Ring of Protection is just +1 bonuses to your AC. So I'm going to edit your actual stat block sheet here to make sure that the saving throw is put in properly for the +1 to the saving throw. I'm assuming you're going to equip it in your inventory. So good there.
Yes.
Lucar, do you have another slot for a cloak too?
Yeah.
No, that'll be your third attunement slot.
I was gonna
Cloak's like
unattune the javelin.
Okay, then you can get the cloak as well.
Yeah, overnight.
Yeah, you can simply trade that, Tegan, if it's in your inventory. The trading window's there, and then I'll adjust your sheets appropriately for the global save. Maldor, you're getting a belt of Fire Giant Strength, which is an extremely impressive item in terms of what it looks like and the quality of this item. So I'm going to drag in the MIDI SRD item here. Let me go and check to see what the effect is. I think that the effect should work. I'm going to make sure, though, that the icon changes over here to proper icon because it's an older item. Adjusting this of this. This item is far before its time.
I just
Alright,
realized I
please.
could probably go without the dragon helm because I already have advantage on Forever Presence from the armor.
But doesn't it also give a +1 to?
It does. It does give a +1 to AC.
So the Belt of Fire Giant Strength is in your particular inventory. It actually has a reddish emerald gem at its center point, which forms its actual buckle. So you're actually buckling like a gem into a slot with another piece of metal. There are these giant runes that are etched in. There is one rune that Ruga points out as the symbol of Warsog, which is the clan of the Fire Giants. And notes that this comes from one of their elders. The elders, actually, of the clans wear these belts, which would be the same equivalent of a Jarl, right? So potentially a leader of their people in, right? They have a king, and then they have Jarls, right? The Jarls have lesser forces and stuff. Now, the Jarls, in terms of these belts and such, they wear them, they gain that strength. But the belt for those particular characters, Ruga explains after giving it to you and helping you fit the belt as well, probably making sure it gets to your right, correct size, and it will actually shrink and grow to what size that you are, right, and kind of adapts its structure, the leathers. Simply mentions that the Warsog, if you are ever to encounter them, will target you if they see this belt upon you, because the gifts that they get from these belts are far greater than just simply strength. So to fire giants, and this goes along with all belts of giant strength, right? They don't just get strength from the belts; they get these other things as well that invokes. So they will target you, which you're going to be an enemy of Damodar. You might encounter these creatures eventually, potentially in your adventures, and that could cause some other effects, right? Some side effects. And then Tegan, you are getting the Rhythm Maker drums, which I really think are bongos, in my opinion. And then you're getting the +3 version of them, which is the highest that you can possibly get. That is the very rare currency. Which it is the most expensive item. Terms of, I would say it's second to the Fire Giants in this campaign, but it is a very powerful item. Very potent. These 2 bongo drums are attached by different loose bits of leathers from various magical creatures of the potential Fae, and they've been grafted together and stitched to form these 2 bongos. When you play them, they will enhance your abilities, twin themselves, these musical symbols out of them, intertwine into your magic, create a euphoric chromatic effect of light. Not all role play, not mechanically there, but just giving you something to feed off of in case your character is going to use them.
Oh, I think he's going to use them.
Play us a tune, Mr. Piano Man.
So I'm going to adjust your Glowbeing saving throw bonus here, Tegan, because you have relinquished the cloak. I believe you still have. Let's see.
I still got a +1 from the staff.
Yep. You have the Staff of Warding, so it's still there in your sheet. And then Lucar, I'll just go ahead and put in the 2 since you are going to be wearing that item. Yes.
Yeah, and my AC just broke somehow. It's showing +1 ring of protection 3 times.
Yeah, it's an issue I've noted. This is the module thing. This is exactly the same thing with the invisibility effect. There's just duplication of the effects when you're equipping and stuff. I just need to go into the sheet manually and delete 2 of them so they're not stacked. It's not a big deal. Thanks for letting me know. And then certain items, I think the Rimmaker gems are fine. They don't seem to be triggered by that. And then the Fire Giant Strength is not triggered by that either. So.
And Maldor, I will not be able to regularly best you in arm wrestling any longer.
I didn't have to cut off a toe this time, and I'm still normal sized. So this.
Now we come to the Chest of Holding. Who's getting that one?
The strong one.
Yeah, probably the dude that just got a fucking 25 strength. The fuck?
Okay.
Sure.
So, dragging in the Chest of Holding, it has a subtag of storage, so it'll cycle it all the way down for you. The chest can hold up to 10,000 pounds of things that it can't exceed a cubic volume of 4,096 feet. The chest weighs 60 pounds, regardless of its contents. So it might be at that point finding a particular transportation would be wise for this chest. Instead of
my new ship.
around. But your strength is such a significant value that you can just throw this over your shoulder and it's not even a thing. So as long as you're okay, you just wheel it around, rope it to your back like a giant mule.
Just backpack it? Yeah.
But it's there. In addition, the 50,000 gold pieces are in it. You can put that into the treasury if you'd like. If you want to keep track of that, that's totally fine. Or you can have that manually put into the character sheet. Okay.
So 58,269.
Yeah. There is no module that I use, and I don't think I'll ever use for having smaller containers have space to put them in, because it actually gets really confusing for the sheets. So it's far easier just to say, hey, that 50,000 that we have, that's in the chest. That's easy enough. Cool. All right.
To the smithy.
Okay.
You guys have new toys. I want my new toy.
That's true. We just kind of took some things from Thanos and then got ourselves a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, Thanos got nothing. Except for maybe
he didn't even get
harassment.
his love lesson. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also kind of gave away his
sexual
body.
harassment that he doesn't even understand that just happened.
Yeah.
Tegan took one for the team.
So, as I stated before, Ruga gives you the items, mage handing them over to you. It's very happy, giddy that you're loving your items and things. And just waits for you to, get yourselves up together. And eventually, Lucar, you grab the beta berry thune as it whistles and sheath it. And Bruga does not speak until you all have questions if you wish to ask more on that matter, how they recognize that sword, and how they might have had a play in that, crafting it or forcing it. So they're just there, watching, anticipating.
I think maybe we'll save the rest of the conversation until after we win. We celebrate our shared winnings.
Ooh, Bruga would like that. Bruga would like a lot of sharing to be done.
All right. Well, it's off to be on our way, I guess. Thanos has some crafting to do. Bruga, it's very nice meeting you and looking forward to our future endeavors.
It is very nice to meet you, and I look forward to your potential clone. Goodbye. Farewell.
She said clone.
Bruga slaps on the goggles and then begins to make way back towards the vault door, opens it, steps in. It's the door. Turning it, you hear the locking backside, and hear like welding sounds going from inside.
So in a few months when we return here, is there going to be a Tegan Jr.?
The only thing that entered either of our bodies was her tongue into mine, so hopefully not.
She did take a piece of your hair, though.
She did just say something interesting.
If it's okay with you, until we come back, I want to pretend this day never happened.
What a peculiar woman.
But you've got.
She seemed rather nice. I don't know what you guys are. What?
She did like you a lot.
She didn't
She
try to
was-
murder us, so that's.
She was rather nice.
That is an advantage based on our previous encounters with most people. Even Porrig kind of tried to murder us a bit, once or twice.
True.
So to the smith then. Anything else you want to do? Oh, well, I suppose we need to go make the bet, although we've got several days to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that after.
Sure.
I want to shore up my odds of winning before something else goes wrong.
That's fair.
We should have pulled up in, like, beggar's clothes to sign up.
Beggars clothes.
I mean, our name is the
Right.
Ill-Fated. I think that on the board, that's going to be... Nobody's betting on the Ill-Fated.
Exactly. But if, the guy was like, because I know he doesn't make the odds, but when he goes over and he's like, these guys were wearing dragon helms, and this one dude had dragon armor, they're probably like, oh.
Yeah, you have a dragon helm and dragon armor, and I look like I'm a beggar for messed up tunic. Haven't gotten any new shit except for my one hand crossbow that's always hidden.
It's true.
That kind of fits with your aesthetic, though.
It does.
So we are leaving Bruga's Many Things in the Merchant's Quarter. We eventually have to wrap around the bazaar, either on the south or the north side. Choose the north, because that's going to put you over at the upper dock rather than Cheapside. You actually are making way as you go on the north side of the bazaar district. There's a nice park with deciduous trees, as well as kind of like coastal trees in the way that they grow outwards and move to the wind and sway. And some of their lower end branches, they're not really growing that high off the ground, right? The park has notable structures, shrines, and other sorts of statues to give thanks to the founders of this city, as well as notable companies and business owners that have helped and stuff. And there are representatives of those houses that are kind of tending to them and aiding them in terms of polishing and cleaning and doing routine work, even when the rain is kind of faltering. There's also performances in the garden or the park. And the performances are making way from that area past a city stables that's quite large into another courtyard that proceeds north, and that is flanking on the east side of the Grand Library, as well as the town, or the city hall, right, which actually is this multiple kind of pieced building, because there's different departments and offices and things that's attached into another slight superstructure, maybe. So really just giving you understanding that when you're passing through, there's not like a lot of housing in terms of what you're seeing. And then there's a lot of people that are participating in the park during these performances, and some traders selling food wares, hot food type things. And then the stables has a lot of people that are making way, and stagecoaches, these larger pieces of vehicles, need to be parked somewhere, and horses need to be taken care of. And so people actually coming to this space, perhaps it's traders with their excess livestock, or it could be guests and nobility, right? This is kind of what they're using. So this is a city-ran stables, and so they're willing to take and kind of park and saddle up and all that. Feed as well. The Grand Library, you pass by that as the last kind of structure before you have the larger, most impressive wall in the entire city, which is the naval base wall. It stands 20 feet high of large, thick sandstone brick with actual spiralized towers and perennials aimed with ballista perched, 2 of them on either end of those towers, spiralizing most likely an entrance from the wall as well as at the base of that on the other side. Now the buildings inside are actually taller than the wall, 25 feet, and the towers. and they're like 5-story apartment-style buildings of barracks that soldiers are garrisoned, other potential servants and things associated with the military might be able to stay and use those rooms. Most likely equipped with kitchens and dining halls and all of that. There's a lot of individuals there. So you are now on the eyes of Talthars with these ballista and guards upon the wall looking down as you're making your way on the same sized road. This main road hasn't changed in terms of its width as well as the sidewalk. And you see a blacksmith, a 2-story structure with a pretty large, having a shop front extending, and then a kind of a smithery that angles itself on one of the back halves as it wraps around. They have kilns covered on the back end. They have wooden kind of storage that's been kind of stashed up at different shacks and things in the back kind of yardish area. And then they have kind of cheap-side housing, which kind of come into like single 2-story structures, straw thatching, loose rock wall sandstone. And this area is just kind of brunted by wind a lot, which is a good thing for a blacksmith. You want wind to get your fire roaring. And so you can see that the building is kind of using that and really working with that. Now, just touching on the Grand Library. Grand Library is extremely large. It's a number of hundreds of feet in the air. It's a vaulted ceiling forming an A-frame, and it has a urinal structure to it with a grand entrance of double wooden doors that are pretty much open all of the time. There are multiple balconies and overhangs with spiraling staircases in the central secretary area, and then more shelving and tables intermittent in the middle. And it's just an impressive piece of structure with how the stained glass windows are. And it kind of has a cathedral-esque feel to it. But it has this magical property to how it's really sustaining itself without having too many pillars and reinforcements. Just by looking in, you can see that, right? It's just kind of that little awe moment. The overhang as well has people playing chess. There's some scholarly folks talking amongst themselves. And there's also Talthar soldiers that are kind of making way in and out. Potentially they have studies there as well, maybe naval maneuvers. They might use the library in some of their larger areas and tables and things. So you are headed to the blacksmith. So you're not actually going into the Talthar compound. You can see the portcullis and the double wooden door shut. Soldiers are out front stationed with their banners and tabards of the naval force, which is very similar to their regular Palor symbol, but now has more accents. And again, I can go into that if we ever get that direction. You pass into the blacksmith. This sandstone rock-walled brick interior shop is the first thing that kind of hits to you. And there are things to the left and things to the right. Counter forms on the kind of a vertex of that L in front of you, that counter at the corner. And then to the left and then to the right, there are entrances into the blacksmith covered by canvas kind of sheets, right? There's no doors there, so you have a lot of noise from hammering and smithing, and there's also heat really billowing coming into the space, and even slight smoke. I'm now going to kind of transfer some of the sound effects so we don't have like crazy amounts of rain and other things. And then I'll just create a blacksmithing noise here. That's pretty much all you're hearing. Okay. So there are prize piece places on mannequins. The prize pieces are facing out through windows towards the main road. The mannequins showcase heavy armor here, medium and heavy armor. They don't particularly have like lighter armors, like studded things, but they do delve into that on lesser pieces, not on mannequins. And then they have a variety of different weapons, some of which are placed on pedestals, and certain things kind of are given note to that. I would. What's the term for it here? Because I don't know if that was him. Sound like you're outside on that one. The term is that there is a phrasing here that I want to use is that there is a preference towards nicer pieces being at the center point of the floor, and then the more or less pieces are hung on walls and pegs towards the sides of the rock wall of the sandstone that's been reinforced with brick on the interior. There is an individual that comes out when you open the door. There's a bell that rings, right? It's a shop, a little ding. And then there is a human that comes out of the left side of the canvas sheets. There are two individuals in the shop right now, just perusing some of the wares, like noting some swords. And they look like guild members. They have a campfire-like symbol on their shoulders, patched into some light armor, and they're just looking at some of the weapons to see perhaps to fit their other equipment that they have of long swords and shields, as well as bows. So the individual that comes outwards towards you, this gruff and stout human, has a pale complexion, blue eyes, black curly hair that would flow down to the mid-back. They keep it into a top bun with a few strings and clips. They have a thick, curly black beard. They have charcoal covering the face, hands, and black leather bracers. They have a matching black leather apron, dirtied and burned. And then they have tan leather trousers, thick black boots, metal studs, and a loosely tied tan cloth blouse. So that's kind of giving you a description of what this character looks like. And they're tall. They're about like 6'7". So they're really coming outwards, just kind of bending over down through the archway of the blacksmith shop here. And they come out. Now, the blacksmith shop is 2 stories, but you don't see a staircase in the shop here. So maybe a staircase out back, or maybe in the blacksmith kind of smith's area, right, that forms that other half of that L, right? So think like kind of like this in terms of how it's done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Smith just kind of scratches some of the beard, getting some of the grime out really quickly. The hammering thing's continuing, so there must be more smiths than just this individual. Speaks immediately. Well met. I am Master Grig Torvin. How can I help you?
I was hoping to use one of your forges today to upgrade a piece of mine.
You're not looking to buy any of my wares, but you have use of forge. What are your credentials? Where do you come from? Who was your master?
My master was actually a frost giant, and I'm gonna pull out the Kolvog's hammer.
Frost Giant was your master, and you have this beautiful piece. Fine tool. How many days do you need the forge?
I believe just one, just a few hours to improve my crossbow, and I mean we're in town for a few days, so if you need some help, maybe I have nothing better to do.
Most of my pieces are requested. I have those coming in looking for specialty wares, and I make them. I have 2 journeys under me that help facilitate that, and then I have a slew of apprentices under them. They routinely come in and pick up their trade and work. The items they make, I sell. For common goods, mentioning from left and right to the shelves. The work is up to certain standards of my smith, but they have creative freedom of what they wish to make. You can use the forge for the day, use it more if you'd like for the next days of your stay in the city. I have 3 forges, 2 of which are used right now. We're slowing down our shop as we're nearing the end of day, so you're more than welcome to use the 3rd. Then when we finish, we'll lock up and I expect you to leave.
I appreciate it. We'll be out of your hair as quickly as possible.
Coal can be provided if you need the warmth. We primarily use charcoal. We have kilns out back that we stock. Bags of this is wheelbarrowed in. There's plenty to keep the forge hot for a couple hours for you. Your craft. If you need any aid, I can provide. Wish it.
For this particular one, I should be more than sufficient. Do you enchant your own materials here?
I do. I have been taught by Elwyn Norsquina, an elven master smith, hails from Elyon in Temeria, and makes exquisite weapons for the royalty of the Talthars and of the throne.
Interesting. Then maybe I will have some work with you at some point this week.
Sounds great. Let me show you to the forge. The rest of you, are you in need of anything else?
Unless you just happen to have absolutely magnificent plate armor that's better than what I'm wearing.
Let me take a look at you. Come here.
Sure. I'm
Same
wearing
thing
masterwork,
that Drogo did.
masterwork plate.
Your armor has seen much battle.
Indeed.
I have some enchanted plate on that mannequin over there that I can offer you. Not sure what kind of coin you all have, but I've been hoping to work with some material I was rewarded as a gift from Elwyn, becoming master, going on my own path. If you have the coin, I can make some plate armor out of this material. It is referred to as Beskar. Not
Does
sure
it
why
give
that
you
is funny.
immunity? Does it give you immunity to lawsuits?
It does not give you immunity to lawsuits. Unfortunately, no. It is definitely infringing on copyright terms.
I apologize. You just the mention of Beskar and knowing what the properties of that metal are. It's quite impressive that you have some.
Elwyn has deep ties with the Temerian Republic, and they commonly use Beskar. I will have to build a forge appropriate to smelt and work with it. It's in
I
raw
believe-
ingots at the present moment.
We actually may be able to assist you with that. And I'm going to kind of look at Tegan, who, learned the magical forge thing. That one there has a recipe for a magical anvil forge that automatically heats up the metals for you. In his head, we haven't had a chance to build it yet, but maybe a deal could be struck.
Possibly. I'm not sure if that forge would have the heat that I need to work this material. Beskar requires a magical heat. It needs to be of a variety that even I'm not sure I can use. But I will try. I've been meaning to. It's been several years.
I don't know if we have the coin you would need currently, but we are soon to come into some, so it might be worth pursuing in the next few days.
Of course, when you come into the coin, I will take measurements, and from there I will see if I can build a forge, and then coin can be exchanged to the armors to your liking.
What sort of coin are we talking about?
Well, the material is extremely rare, and my services do not come cheap. I can put accents into the armor, etchings, usually of your religion, a deity. It's common for the Talthars. Or it can be of a loved one, someone you call dear when you strike blood in battles. Me personally, I give thanks to Mord. Not common for a human, mainly for dwarfs. Which is why I might have heard of the forge you talk about and speak. It is an old dwarvish technique for making sure that smoke inhalation is not a factor in their great cities.
It would be a problem.
Would be a significant problem. For the rarity of the metal and how little I have of it, this would use most of the stock. That would need more to make any other weapon or armor that would be suitable in combat.
If we had schematics for something a little bit different, something you may have not worked with before, I kind of we have come across
tag team the handheld
technology.
cannon.
that
I would
we have.
I would hold you there and state my qualifications are in weapons and armor. That is my master smithing qualification. If this is something new and something I have not heard of, it would take some time for me to understand. Make it. I cannot guarantee a quick turnaround for you all to set off and wherever you best move next.
Of course. Just to play devil's advocate here, would you be willing to part ways with the material for a price instead of
No.
paying for... Okay.
This was a gift from
It's a
Elric.
great opportunity for him to
Yes.
master his craft. Yes.
It's exactly it. It is not every day a smith my caliber comes across a rare material such as this. And this gift was from a dear friend, dear mentor. And I want to honor it,
Of course.
seeing the amount of bloodshed your armor has sustained. I can hope that you
Understood.
will honor it.
Forgive
sing
me
good
for
news.
asking.
I will set a price of 60,000 gold for this Beskar armor, this plate that I will make for you. It is a fair price for the material as well as my craft. This will cover the cost of building this forge, hiring more, and perhaps forming an arrangement of sorts between us. If anything else is to be requested made, maybe even further enchantments to your weapons and arms, I can do so at a discounted rate.
It's looking like we're moving here after the campaign's over because we're putting
This
down
is
roots.
now our city, right?
We're
Okay,
putting down roots.
We were just talking about how we weren't in a hurry, so maybe we just take some time.
This
Hang
is an
out.
artisan smith. This isn't one like you're hopping in being like, oh, here's a sword, get out of my shop. This is somebody that wants to build rapport and relationships.
Right.
Because this
He
is
literally
somebody
initials the armor like it's
initials the armor.
yeah.
Right. So they want to continuously repair and make pieces for you. And in exchange, you will extend your loyalty to them. That's what they expect. Right. And this is true across the board for a lot of different businesses. Armor smiths are particular, especially one that is devoted to Morden, this deity. This is a very
This is livelihood.
it's like a religious smith.
Yeah, it's his identity, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what he does. Yeah, that seems fair. We can discuss that once we have acquired the funds. So that was all that I did. It's kind of...
Anything else for the rest of you?
Just a recommendation here in town if you know anyone that works with fine silks, in particular making cloaks.
Someone that would aid in royal garment of some kind to take to a ball, or are we referring to more along the lines
Some
of adventure?
elegance. More elegance than utility.
More elegance than utility. So you're looking for a tailor.
Of sorts, yes.
I know of someone that can come to you. They move about. They don't particularly have a shop in the merchant's quarter. They
You
make
know
some
that's
fine
legit.
things for the noble houses, and they do work in Beelder. They have a permit to do so. Not everyone can work and trade and live in Beelder. This one can.
Understood.
Are
Yes,
you in need of their services? I can put in a word and arrange a meeting.
for sure. That'd be much appreciated.
Where are you staying?
That is to be determined at this point, but I'd assume probably at one of the inns in town. We can send word to you of our location once we've settled down.
Sounds great. Look forward to it.
All right.
All right. Well, if that is settled, then I will usher your friend back to the forge. Show them where the workbenches are, the tanks. and I have things I need to accomplish before the end of the day. You're more than welcome to browse the wares in the shop, or proceed about your business. Come. Let's walk back where they came from, back into the blacksmith area.
We'll just follow suit.
So they have 3 forges, one on either side of the L, and then you have one kind of in the middle of that corner. Then they have workbenches aligning on either sides of the forge. They actually funnel in air from copper piping and ducts that they can use to the roof, so the wind can be sucked in from and fueled into these forges. They have bags of coal and charcoal ready to go, wheelbarrows, shovels, able to shovel in. They have pegs and other sorts of things hung above the workbenches for tools. Underneath, they have crates of materials, various ingots and things that they get in. They work quickly, so they don't just like store these ingots in surplus. They request them from what appears is out of Paylene, as they're noted. So it could be that there is a foundry in Paylene that they get from, in addition to a Lathan. There's a foundry here. So they request it, they get crates of this stuff, and then they work with it. They don't hog surplus of ingots. They work with not just steel or iron, they work with mithril, as well as dark steel is here. You see that underneath some of the workbenches of those crates there. The journeys are giving instructions to the apprentices, showing them techniques and things, and kind of closing out the day. So it's really kind of cleaning up and getting everything put away, ship shape. Just like a Michelin star kind of restaurant, right? Cleaning up after service. There's a staircase at the top side of the smith area, rounding up to the 2nd floor. That could be where Master Greg Torvin lives, or it could be maybe a dining area and kitchen, right, for when taking breaks. And then you're by that staircase to the left-hand side of Ascension. There is the door that leads out to the back area where the kilns and everything. And that door is quite large, like a barn door. And that can have wheelbarrows, and there's like pulleys and cranes nearby there as well that help pull things in. So all of that's there, just giving you a description to work with in your imagination in this theater of mind. And Master Greg, as soon as it shows you where things are at, leaves for you to do your thing. Is completely and honestly trusting of you just by seeing the hammer that you have. The craft of just that. And telling this tale, they believe you. Very trusting characters. They just make way and leave you to your business.
Awesome.
So passively making this, right, because we can fulfill the
Yep.
role. Okay. Awesome. So this will be probably the last thing we accomplish for the session today, because I definitely think we're at a good stopping point before we get into some other things. And then Varys might have a say in the betting. The Paint might have a say in the betting in that whole thing if they want to put coin themselves, or perhaps some things before we get.
Or wants to join the solo competition. You never know.
Exactly. Or when we get there, maybe they're like, hey, I want to do solo. Okay. Let me make some notes down. Tegan, you requested.
Yeah, Tegan's going to try to get a giant silk coat to put over his dragon scale shit to just look like an absolute savage.
What do you mean? You look perfectly fine.
Trying to be DL.
With regal
flashy as
fucking
possible.
cloaks? Yeah. Still gonna be hilarious with me being grungy as shit and
The Herald of Blue Dragons has to look baller.
That's fair.
I'm debating on trying to find some better armor. I just don't know if it's worth it.
Okay, so we are just going to take our so are we just making the dragon?
I thought we were adding
Dragon
it to
one.
the dark steel.
Yeah, so I think he's modifying the dark steel crossbow to be the dragon wing dark steel crossbow.
I think that's what you guys had talked about that we could do.
I was saying you have to yeah. I think that I said the reverse. No, I said it can't be a dragon wing and then be
And dark
turned
steel.
into a dark steel. It has to be dark steel first and then turn
Yeah.
into dragon wing, right?
Right.
Yeah. right, I'm just gonna edit this item here. Wow, that is a name and a half, bro. Whoa.
Now we just need to add some +1, +2, +3 to it. No. Okay.
What's the associated
Damage type?
You have to pick an elemental type down.
I feel like for Thanos, it would probably be Force, just based on his understanding of how this all works.
Force
Either that
damage?
either that or Necrotic, whichever one. I'd probably Force. Yeah, we'll go with Force.
Look at you, gamer.
I mean, it makes sense.
The least resistant damage type. I mean, that's your argument. I love it.
I mean,
Thanos would do Force. Thanos would do Force.
Well, because to Thanos, you're just. I mean, Necrotic makes sense as well.
Necrotic makes way more sense than Force.
We can do Necrotic.
That's up to you. This is your craft. I'm not going to tell you can't do it. And you're making reasoning of the two types. Force is a common damage type of magic. It's simply just a blunt force of magic that comes outwards. So I think it's totally fine. All good.
Let's do Necrotic. I think that actually fits more thematically, especially because I'm going to go Druid of the Swamp at some point. So.
Whoa! Spoilers, dude.
Of the swamp? You mean a spore?
No.
Well, no, it's Circle of Land.
Circle of Land Swamp. Okay. Gotcha. So that would be really funny if you were Spore Druid. Hilarious.
I thought about it, but
it's me, Thanos. Oh. The mushroom. I always think that the Circle of Spore is literally like if you had a Mario character, that's what they would play. It would be a literal mushroom creating character.
Mushroom Druid, yeah.
Except for the fact that
the abilities are so edgelord, though. Yeah, it's a total edgelord Druid.
Be Toad in his emo days.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the item into your inventory. I'm gonna just remove the price of it because there. So it's really just getting the D6 associated damage, which is onto the item. It's magical now. In addition, I've removed the ammunition property of the item. So.
No more worrying about bolts.
But the item will need to be attuned at this point. So I went ahead and put it there, and then I'm assuming you're tuning to it, so I'll right-click and attune. So your slots are now filled up for 3 out of 3. All right. All good? Okay. And then keep track that you've done one craft towards further trade rank, right? Artisan rank towards your tool. And that is something I will keep with when I update the crafting. I will keep that. I think that's really cool. So I'm still going to keep that artisan track and then the efficiency stuff. Nice downtime stuff. Okay. Any questions anybody has for me right now before I calculate some experience points for y'all?
No, it was a good session.
Oh, yeah.
Do I get 20,000 XP for making out with a goblin?
Bro, you were resistant to make out with this goblin, so you'd be lucky if you get it.
You were blessed with the blue tongue now.
I know.
Well, went from the silver tongue to the blue tongue.
It matches your armor.
I'm just ready for the role play where you have to have the birds and bees talk with Thanos. It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the sexual innuendos today were off the charts, bro.
I told you after the tournament we were gonna have the talk.
So what are we gonna do for the next 5 days?
I don't want to.
Tournament?
I feel like we should kind of just chill because, like, if we find some conspiracy in the town and then we get distracted and then we can't do the tournament, it's gonna be
that could never happen.
That is probably going to happen.
Nah.
While you're doing your crafting and stuff, and we're waiting for all of that to go about, I'll probably go pay captain one of the ships in the upper dock for some tutelage.
More sailing lessons.
Yep.
We could also. Do you think that those gentlemen that we sort of joined up with have a chapter here? The Witchers.
Ooh.
Oh, the Emberox?
No.
Well, that was the Adventurer Guild, but that was the secret club under the Adventurer Guild.
Yeah.
I forgot what they were called.
The
There are two notable guilds that have been showcased to this group. There is the Emberock and the Rudikar. The Rudikar are a thieves guild, and then the Emberock are an adventurers guild.
the
Yeah,
Rudikar
About
were
the
it was
vampire hunter.
The Blood
or whatever they
Hunters.
were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the Velkin.
Velkin, that's what they were. Yeah.
The Velkin's not a guild, so the Velkin is a brotherhood, what it would
Right.
be, or a faction. Right? If we're going to be more, I would say, pronoun neutral, accepting all brotherhood. So we'll just call it a faction. So they, if you're trying to find to see if they have a Velkin, you're talking about a hideout.
Right.
They have a hideout here, right? So the last point of contact there was the Emberock Guild, like longhouse, this ale house that they had, right? In terms of their headquarters, not their headquarters, but their guild house was kind of like that large ale house with like the dining room and stuff. Their hideout was under that, which we both got that information from.
We'll just have to go smear our
One of
blood
them.
over a bunch of random walls and just see if
Just
anyone-
walk around the Emberock Guild house and just keep putting blood on things.
Yeah. Start spamming it, right?
Sir, I don't think you understand what this place is.
And then their faction is ranked like the same way. It's like first, second, third master, right? So there's different masters of the particular areas. It's unclear to see if like how much territory each hideout or like each master seems to kind of claim over, or maybe they all just envelop each other, right? Given like priority sign.
I think realistically too, we really need to figure out whether we're going back to the marshes.
Yeah, when that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
I think
after,
that was the plan, but yeah.
after
we
the
leave here,
Coliseum,
right?
it looks like, yeah, once
Mhm.
going on that. So so we have 817 experience each. That should put you at 53,064 experience total. If I recall correctly.
We need to start murdering people.
We're on it.
Okay, Varist.
Okay.
Right.
So hopefully the session today has been fun. Obviously, it's been more of shopping and things.
Shopping episode.
Yeah, part of
There's a little
role play. Part of the campaign for this, and my shops kind of in terms of the notable ones on the legends, right? They're thought out. They have bits and pieces of information. They can aid to you, so they're more than just stopping in to buy items. However, because we are going to have a notable a certain amount of days here to work with, we can move through that pretty quickly. So my suggestion to you all would be maybe think about what your characters would do during that time, and then when we start the next session, we just kind of go through it, and we don't have to role play any of that out. We're just going to say that stuff has happened, and we can just move the time. I've had groups stay in the city for like months to like go through to get proficiencies or to harness their crafts or make things or just earn coin in general. To fight in the Coliseum multiple times, just once. So that can be what you all, if that's something you all want to do, it's cool. But yeah, so definitely think about just this week what your characters should be doing, and it could be information gathering. It can be simply crafting. It can be chilling out at a tavern somewhere, drinking, relishing in just some leisurely activity. Any questions for me at all?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Can't wait to play with my new toy.
I'm going to close out the stream. So if you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For the ill-fated, everyone.
Yeah.
Hopefully check us next week at Saturdays at 11. And we should have a new party member with us. A number of applicants for the spot. So we will do that and get them in, hopefully. Anyways, thanks so much. And we hope to see you next time. Bye.
Bye.